I'd like to stick garden gnomes in this building.
I guess you would.
Oh, hi. Death will find you soon. Not sure you'll be remembered. You're the devil. A little boy has like 1,000 freckles, and everybody's all, ooh, like there's goobers on his bod. I'm done listening.
You know, Ted's always kind of freaky. He eats hair, human hair. He's the first one to say, let's go out and eat hair.
It's wonderful now and again.
See?
Hair. If there's one thing our country doesn't need more of, it's goose diarrhea. I heard you got orange rugs here.
That's a lie.
Hey, could you cut me a rug here?
A rug?
Yeah, an orange one.
No, we don't make them.
I know. This one's a classic. Jordan the Centipede taught me a card trick. Thank you. You got happy cheer. Ooh, look. I went down to the summer camp and took a can of gasoline.
Don't light the cabins on fire.
I wish I couldn't, but it's too late.
Oh, doesn't that mean you go to jail?
No, because I ran away. You know what? I just love to twerk. Holla, 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 holla. I've been testing out some new campaign slogans that are a little less obvious. I need a bogle for the glotch. Stop Volution. Your face isn't my face. That old man just took your spork. If you want boyfriend time, then you must be a girlfriend. I hate pervy records. I want to use that. I made a hole and then barfed on the beach. I made a hole and then barfed on the beach. I made a hole and then barfed on the beach. This great nation's like a pork pie. Juicy America. Gabe? Hey, who hates cigarettes?
I do.
Hooray for you. You know, originally Heidi wanted to marry a different fella. She wanted Herbert Spinecki.
Yeah, he was into football. Herbert was beautiful. I mean, he was just always very open and sensuous with me, you know? Like on the weekend, he'd bring fruit and lay by the fire with me and tell me I looked like a French model.
What? Why did you even tell them that?
Yeah, he's still a really close friend, the Spinecki.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. He's in the kitchen right now.
Wait, he's here?
Mm-hmm.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
What does this mean? Yeah, whatever. At least I know she's mine. I don't want to ask who the baby daddy. I know it's him. I need a bogle for the glotch.
Don't make us kiss now.
Every day I worry all day. I was waiting.
All right, I know a lot of gamers. On and off, I'm a gamer if I got time. And I ran across this today. I'm opening up with the funny stuff, and then we'll move on. I ran across this today, and I had to watch it 3 times because I couldn't stop laughing enough to just actually hear it all. So, this is called When You Take Gaming Seriously.
This is Stone Mountain Unit 64. Just joined Charlie Squadron. I'm moving in from northeast sector. I'm going to be helping you boys out, moving in on this objective as commanding officer for this mission. Lieutenant Cortez sent me in. Definitely the best of the business here. So don't have anything to worry about there. Charlie Squadron, do you copy? Over.
What?
I have confirmation. Yankee Oscar, Lima Oscar, moving in from southeast sector now. I'm taking a wide approach. Alpha objective is primary target.
This is real quick.
Negative. Do not silence my comms channels. I'm commanding officer for this mission, soldier.
You should just.
Moving in on the beach now. Charlie Bravo squadrons rally on my point. Mark Foxtrot on waypoint.
Copy that, actual. That's for
Christ.
Hard copy. Over.
So is anyone else gonna mute this guy or what?
Negative on that mute, soldier. Do not silence comm channels.
Dude, I don't know about that mute. Like,
You will respect my orders, soldier. Fall in line.
How old are you? How high are you right now, commanding officer? That guy's muted.
Hostile, contact. 1 EKIA in the AO. Stay with me, soldier. Stay up. Here's a mission. Pack yourself up.
Who is this motherfucker? I don't
This
know.
is your
I almost
commanding
love
officer, Stone Mountain Unit 64. Fall in line and rally on my waypoint.
Yeah,
We have hostile parachuting from south-southeast sector. Alpha objective has been armed. Defend that up, soldiers. One contact moving from west.
Oh, you don't, dude. He's full force.
Got your 6. Friendly on your 6.
tank down.
Contact moving on Alpha objective. We have multiple IEDs in vicinity. Watch out with that tank. Hostile parachuting in! Hostile! Oh shit, that's friendly. Okay, soldiers, stick with me here. Here's a med kit.
You home alone, dude?
That's affirmative in my parents' basement. Shots out! Shots out! I'm pulling around for northwest flank. Bravo Squadron, I'm rallying with you guys. On your 6, FR. Hostile parachuting in vicinity. 1 EKIA in the AO. Over. I'm running low on munitions.
We need a confirmation of shit in the bag.
They got me. I'm shot. This is Stone Mountain 64. I'll see you in another life. Give my best to Cortez.
Good morning again. So I made a video not too long ago. It was called Ridiculous Accusations of the People. Small correction in Doom's comments. Some thought that I was saying something along the lines that I believe Doom was talking about how the video was a hoax, or how the whole thing, the event that unfolded in Burns, Oregon, Harney County, or wherever, death of a boy Finnegan was a hoax. That's not what I was trying to get off, and it came out wrong. So there was a correction there. But to go on a little bit more about the ridiculousness, accusations of the people, there's an individual here that I've been occasionally seeing making comments, and it's just, you know, back to what I was saying, it's outrageous, it's boggling, and at times it's just, it demonstrates the ignorance of the individuals that are really out there, and the people that are coming back and supporting, you know, in defense of the federal government or the Oregon State Police for their actions. And one of these guys that I'm looking at, his name is right here, Hung Tang. Hung Tang has been repeatedly making comments here on this page, its channel. You can see he's got comments just about on everyone's post here, from a day ago to several days ago. And a lot of what he's saying is just rhetoric and bullshit. A lot of it has been, he documents this single website called rawstory.com. If you go over to rawstory.com, open it up on any one of these, you can see that the page is, it's obviously biased. You got this stupid looking picture of John Ritzheimer drinking a Capri Sun. So they're taking still images, you know, from a video feed of individuals and just trying to make them look and appear as ridiculous as possible. Over here on the right, you can just see a bunch of Donald Trump bashing videos or remarks here. You know, Donald Trump, you know, allowing Casey or at a Donald Trump rally, the Kansas City police used pepper spray on black folks here. Donald Trump snarling at whoever Donald Trump supporter, sucker. This is all just bashing Donald Trump. Obviously, this website's pretty liberal. And it's not really backed up with anything. It's not even a credible website. It's a raw story website. I don't even, never heard of it. I don't even know anyone who gets their news from it. But you can see he's got a link there. He makes his comments along with another individual, Pooh Sniffer. I mean, my goodness, don't think I could take anyone serious with a name as Pooh Sniffer. And to go on with that, right beneath him is another guy who backs him up. And his name is Fart Poop Fart Stink. I mean, as you can see, this is this repetition. You're seeing this cycle here. It's just one idiot followed up by another idiot backing up another idiot. And I'm guessing it's just, I don't know what brings them to the channel. I'm just guessing that they really don't have much time in their day to go out and do something better with their lives. Here you've got Hung Tong again, multiple comments. I mean, he is just on fire with comments. It's just as if he doesn't have a family, a life. I know if I was to do this, I probably would get, if I was on the computer as much as him, I would get some kind of comments and stares from my family, especially wife, telling me to get the heck off the fucking computer. So, pardon my language there, but it's just can't believe it. Looking in more here, here's another one of his raw stories. .com websites about using women and children as meat shields, and this is one of his arguments. Is he keeps referencing Lavoie and them using them as meat shields? Okay, he's just referencing the same what's it called, article for all his arguments here, and that's his site. And that's what he's referencing, and I'm not sure. Maybe he even works for that company. But, I got a message for Hung Tang. That website that you're using is just about as ridiculous as this website that I have up here, The Onion. If anyone knows, The Onion is it's not a valid website. It uses parts and pieces of truth and portrays and spins them in an image of however they want to ridicule or create satire out of an event. And almost as similar to the website that he was using. And he's trying to say that raw story website, whatever it is, .com, is a credible source. And you know what? It's just as me saying that this website here is a credible source. And we can go in here, and this is probably some of the stuff that he no shit believes. Hung Tang probably believes this trash. Top story here. New evidence suggests early humans first used fire to impress friends, like a fire show or I don't know. But I think something along the lines of this one might fit. The space cadet Hung Tang is. Here you go, buddy. Requirements for becoming a NASA astronaut. Probably some of this you've actually obtained, and you probably can go on and make your way over there to work for NASA if you really tried. 50 or more hours logged driving space shuttle around empty NASA parking lot. I think you got that one, buddy. This one I think is going to be hard for you. I can't imagine you being any taller than 5 feet flat, just because your ability and your desires to get your voice, heard across the internet. What you type, you definitely are going to need some help in this category right here. But I think the rest of it, you might have it. 5 summers spent contemplating the stars from the hood of an El Camino. I think you got that, buddy. General demonstrable proficiency in taking direction and working on a soundstage. I think you've got a raw story behind you, directing you where you need to be. Preference given to candidates who are already completely weightless. I don't know if you're weightless. You might just be a little bit overweight there, sitting down behind that computer screen all day. Spotless interstellar criminal record. You probably got that one. Probably haven't done much with your life other than sit behind that computer screen. The only thing you've probably done was that was illegal was download gay porn off of Pirate Bay. So you're almost there. You're pretty much spotless. Can't say that everyone hasn't downloaded something illegally. So in that aspect, it's pretty clean. Have 3 interesting stories to share aboard a cramped spacecraft. Definitely, you got that one. So basically, you've got all this one, all these. Other than the 62 to 75 inches, you're probably 60 inches flat, and shy of a couple inches, I'm sure they'll give it to you, no problem. But that's what I'm talking about. You keep on bringing up these articles. Just it's nonsense. There's no credibility behind it. You're just a troll. You're just there. You've got all this time, and this is back to the rest of the world. Not speaking so much of Punk anymore. Is that you got to watch out. These guys come in here and they make these comments as if they know what they're talking about. They don't. They just come over here and they spill and spew a bunch of rhetoric and garbage at you and get you all twisted up in an argument with them. And you know what? It's taking away from your productivity. Time is money. Money is time, and whether that's just spending time with your family or if that's spending time doing things that you want. These guys have no lives. They come in here and they have nothing to do and nothing to benefit in this world. They're nothing but a leech, as I've read some comments about some of these guys. They are just a leech to society. They want social security benefits or social welfare benefits. They want these free government handouts. These guys are unproductive. They demand things from people who work for a living. And they are just smooches and a waste of your time. And you know what? Lastly, what they are taking up and taking from us is our time. And I just want you all to keep that in check. When you do get in a little argument with these guys, don't even give them the time of the day. Go on, make new videos. Try to spread the word like we all are, and make the benefit, make benefit of what little time we have in the day. I sit around, I see papers sitting all around me trying to get to, one thing or another. And I just never have that time to get to it because it's, there's just not enough time in the day. So anyways, I hope you all took this message in best regards and continue on doing what you're doing, keeping up the good fight. And that's it.
Believe it or not, we have yet another battle being waged here between the federal government and the states in regards to land. And you're talking, once again, the federal government wanting to snatch up land under the guise of calling it a national park. Now, there's a lot of pristine and very beautiful countryside in Utah. I've driven through it one time, and I've got to say that of all the places I've been in the United States, Utah stuck out more than any other place I've ever driven through because of the vast canyons and just beautiful landscape across it. Now, they have taken several places like Canyonlands, Zion National Park, all these different places and labeled them national parks, and they don't allow you to do much of anything except for what they say when it comes to these parks. Now, this changes things because if there's a lot of land and, say, ranchers have been grazing on these lands for a long time, as soon as they say it's a national park, this shuts them all down. This kills them. And not a word's ever said about it. But the people in the state of Utah know this all too well. And they, for one, have been putting up a huge battle. I've talked about this here recently as well. They're fighting the federal government, and it's going to cost them like $14 million to have this case taken on seriously. And that was the question. Did they have the $14 million to do this? Because they're so strapped, but they say essentially if they take back all this land, that it will pay for itself. All the minerals, uranium, gold, you name it, that's in the land here. That's the whole reason they say the federal government wanted it to begin with. Not because of its beauty, not trying to protect it, because they turn around and they cite how they go against protecting things all the time to put in their pipelines, their fracking, their drilling, you name it. They're making moves left and right to grab up the land. And Utah has said, we're going to be done with it. We want to fight them, and they're wanting other states to come along with them in this battle. Problem is a lot of the other states have been crippled in many ways or have things being held against them, or they have governors or senators that have sold them out, as well as sheriffs. But they're holding strong here, and what they're saying is this land that is known as Bears Ears is the area they're targeting. And if they have it their way, they're going to come here and they're going to get their hands on it. And it's in a very remote area. Even the governor says the only time he's ever seen it is out a plane window. It's out there, but hey, does that mean that they have a right to just, since no one's out there, go out and claim it and say no one can do this or that? You have to understand there's so many rules that are put into place when they make these moves. Hell, you can't even fly an aircraft over these areas. Any of the national parks, nowhere near them. Couldn't even fly a drone, a parrot drone, 10 feet in the air. I mean, isn't that what the parks are there for, is to take in the beauty and to be able to show people and everything else? I mean, they're stopping people from doing so many things. Now, we've talked about this before when it comes to even Mammoth Cave here in Kentucky. It's underground, yet you can't fly above it. It's just nothing but trees. Nothing special up top. But is there? They don't want you to see what's going on from above in a lot of these places. You know, that's why I've been going out to places like Serpent Mound, and I'll continue to go to other ancient places, hopefully Chillicothe Mounds, and get the shots of these places from an aerial perspective so we can actually see what's going on. Because oftentimes when you zoom in on Google Earth, they leave things out. They don't want to show it for what it is, and you never know what you're going to find till you go there. And there's a lot of history in places like this. But are there people running in here and destroying it and all this? No. There's no one even going out here. 700-year-old cave dwellings. They just want to put it under their control. Then you have to start looking what's underground. When you start doing that, it starts to become clear what they're doing. And look at the percentage of land that they owned west of the Mississippi. Your jaw will drop. Yet, Utah is putting up the fight. And this is the latest land grab situation going on there. I just wanted to make people aware of it. I'll leave a link. Until next time, it's been Dabu7.
Get your copy of my best-selling book, How to Be a Real Estate Investor, absolutely free. Simply click the link on this page. I'm Phil Pustiowski, the author, and in this book, you're going to discover the incredible true story of how I got started, failed miserably, went homeless, living out of my truck in Nashville, Tennessee, how I turned it all around and eventually began living the life of my dreams, waterfront mansion in Florida, true freedom. And you're going to discover how you can do it too, in your own backyard, in today's market, whether or not you have cash or credit. You see, this is the book that I wish would have been written. I wish I would have read when I first got started. It has hundreds of 5-star reviews. Many consider it to be the greatest real estate investing book ever written.
I want to quickly go over with you the riots that have been going on in Chicago and just the real agenda behind this, because yes, everything has an agenda. There is an agenda with everything, but I'm going to try to find some links for you all below so that you can see the links, but I'm going to be talking about what has been going on with Chicago. Now, Chicago has been getting a ton of news and a ton of just different protests and riots going on. Now, for me, I have a lot of background in Chicago because I'm actually from Chicago and I've lived in Chicago for a long time, so I know the city quite well. And you know, a lot of what the news, well, a lot of what they report, they don't report a lot of what goes on. They don't report a lot of the crime that goes on purpose, not just in Chicago, but in other cities as well. And they do that on purpose, of course. They report maybe a few things. But the reason this is so important is because, as you may have heard, Donald Trump was supposed to do a speech in Chicago. And of course, there was a so-called protest that took place. Now, what you may not have known is that a lot of the protests that are going on are in fact planned and staged. That doesn't mean that some of them aren't real, because they are, but a lot of them are staged and planned ahead of time, and a lot of them are instigated by the same people who instigate everything else. I'm just going to leave it at that. But the reason I'm talking about this is because lately you've been seeing Chicago being targeted for a lot of things, not just this, but also a bunch of so-called police shootings as well, with so-called police footage of the police going and shooting innocent black children. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because why Chicago, out of all places? I'm going to tell you that Chicago is one of the lists, or one of the cities that they are targeting for martial law and getting ready the police state. I know this because there was a whistleblower who talked about it and got killed, that they are planning to for a false flag in Chicago, a false flag event. It's on the top of their list. Not only that, but there's been a lot going on with Chicago, with not just the school board and the CPS and the Chicago Public Schools, with the riots and boycotting that, but also with the mayor, Rahm Emanuel. Now, if you look up Rahm Emanuel, yes, he's a government agent. He works for who? The Jewish Zionists. And the reason that they're not getting rid of Rahm Emanuel, although many Chicagoans want him out and want him out of office, the reason that they're keeping him is because he fulfills what? He fulfills the plan of the Jewish Zionists to do what? To lock down the city of Chicago and declare martial law when something big goes down, if not due to some protests, or due to another Black Lives Matter, which is all instigated as well and perpetrated on purpose. What are they going to do? They're going to do a false flag. Now, which one will it be? I don't know, but I'm telling you that is the main reason that they won't get rid of him. And like I said, they're trying their best to start this race war and these race riots. They're trying any way they can to do it. Don't fall for the hype. Don't fall for what they're trying to get you to do. Don't let them trigger you. Don't let them push your buttons, and do not feed into the propaganda of the government, because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to turn white people against black people against white people, Mexicans against black people, Mexicans and Muslims against people, Muslims against Christians, Christians against Muslims, this group against that group against that group. They've been doing that since Rome, 2,000 years later, and nothing has changed. Oh, quite the contrary. So the reason I'm talking about this and bringing up Chicago today is because what are they trying to do? Well, they knew Donald Trump they're using Donald Trump as well to try to instigate and start these race wars, because of some of the things that he's been saying about Mexicans. They want to get you upset as much as possible so that you can start rioting and protesting against them, so that what? So that they can say, oh my goodness, make an excuse and say, oh my goodness, there's protests going on and they could become violent. We got to make sure that they're not violent, so that's why we got to bring in the military police state and lock down the nation, because it could become violent, and or just do what? Lock you into what? Martial law. And like I said, if they even do another Paris or even another Sandy hoax in Chicago, that's going to give reason for Rahm Emanuel to say, well, looks like there's been another so-called terrorist attack, blame it on war on terror. In the name of national security, we have to lock down the entire nation, or lock down the city of Chicago, and what? FEMA camps and what? This and that. They're trying to lock it down any way they can, and I'm telling you, they're going after urbanized neighborhoods, and they're targeting after urbanized neighborhoods. That is who they are going after. Those are the people they are trying to target after. I'm telling you, they're trying to start this race war any way they can and by any means necessary, whether it's through Black Lives Matter or Donald Trump or whomever, whatever, they're trying to do it. Please see this and please be aware of this, and do not let them hoodwink you anymore. Because the more you see what they're trying to do and how they're trying to start these race wars and race riots and how it relates to martial law, then you'll understand and not play into the trickery that is your government, into the lies that are mainstream media, courtesy the Jewish Zionists, whether you want to believe that or not. But that hopefully you are actually preparing, and hopefully you're seeking Yahuwah with all your heart and his true son Yahusha, and following the law, statutes, and commandments. But please do know that everything, there is an agenda, and honestly, there is an agenda with everything. But I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing an uptick in these so-called protests and riots. And like I said, they're trying to do it any way they can. We saw it with NATO back in 2012 in Chicago, of course with Black Black Lives Matter, and now they're going to try to do it any way they can and start it any way they can. And honestly, the main people they're going to go after are the sleeping public and the sleeping liberals who think that, oh, protesting and rioting, they're doing it for a good cause, when you're just playing into the hands and into the cards of the elite. It's time to wake up and see exactly what is going on. But hopefully this will keep you updated. I'll leave links below. This is Truth Unveiled here, saying to always be vigilant and always walk in truth. Shalom.
In moments like this, you want to enjoy the times you prize the most. Introducing the One Touch.
An Army veteran is out of a job tonight.
Yeah, it's really funny. I don't know how they know, but I'm diabetic, and I get that specific ad 5,000 times a day. Just that ad drives me nuts.
After doing what he said was instinctual. He tried to stop 2 shoplifters from running out of the CVS store he managed, but he was fired for doing it.
Joe Morisi served in the Army for 7 years, including a tour of duty in Afghanistan.
Now a company that operates a lot of those signs will be keeping an eye on the type of people passing underneath them. Clear Channel Outdoor America today announced that it will use cell phone data to do so. The program is called Radar. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer in our control room. Some people are not thrilled with this, Aaron.
Yeah, Mark, for a lot of cell phone users, it's the bigger picture that makes them nervous. They're wondering how much data tracking is too much.
Everywhere you go, you can be tracked, and you might not know it.
People are completely unaware, they're oblivious.
New at 6, we're just hearing from the Phoenix City councilman caught on a controversial video denouncing gay marriage in the LGBT community.
Never thought I would see the day that men and men would be married.
Moments later,
this world is changing. Este mundo está cambiando, and it's time for us. Y es tiempo que nosotros take the leadership, que tomemos ese liderazgo and change it back to the way it should be.
This video posted on YouTube, recorded last month, and the remarks come as a surprise to many.
A disturbing video out of Russia has gone viral. It reportedly shows a nanny walking around Moscow, clutching a child's severed head.
Russian prosecutors say that a nanny accused of beheading a child in Moscow was not acting alone.
The Moscow nanny suspected of beheading a child in her care says, quote, Allah ordered her to commit the crime. Well, she was not a Russian lady. It's hard to say. Maybe she had something wrong in her head. She went on to call herself, quote, Allah's messenger. A woman who says she's a neighbor of the victim's family believes it's the unpredictable nature of the attack which is most unsettling.
The producer who murdered his wife and daughter before taking his own life.
But the murder-suicide a year ago was far from cut and dry. Tonight, new and disturbing details we've never heard before.
The reality is the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong. David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania.
Tragic loss of an entire family. It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself.
And from the start, it was a case wrapped in suspicion and mystery.
Here's the red flags.
With paranoid theories all over the internet.
Guys out here going after the truth get knocked off.
That the Crowleys were murdered as some kind of government conspiracy. All because of a personal film project David Crowley had worked on obsessively for years, called Gray State. This is a concept trailer for Gray State, which imagines the U.S. government taking away all our liberties. Kamel had told her family she was the sole breadwinner, that she was not physically or emotionally abused, but the financial struggles made her question the marriage.
He just lost his way.
A sliding back door was found slightly ajar, apparently for the family dog. But there were no footprints in the snow, no sign of forced entry. Inside, detectives would find a scene of domestic horror and normalcy. Teasing little love notes the couple left for each other around the murder-suicide took place the day after Christmas. David shooting Kamel twice in the head, Rania once, before shooting himself. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, opened to a traditional forgiveness prayer. And there on the wall, Above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did.
In her blood?
Yes.
In the Home Office, on a notepad, more bloody fingerprints, and the words, submit to Allah now.
We may never know what made David Crowley finally snap, but we do know this. There are some 1,500 murder-suicides in the U.S. every year. They account for about 5% of all homicides, and their numbers seem to be increasing. But we have no idea what pushed him over the edge.
Right. We don't know what the trigger was.
Hundreds of pages of police reports, no one ever saw David physically abuse his family. But that's also true with about half of all domestic homicides. There's no prior abuse.
A Sunday of worship shattered by gunfire. An Ohio church congregation hears the moment their pastor's life was taken.
An Ohio pastor was shot and killed inside his church during a service yesterday morning, and the suspect is his own brother.
A fugitive wanted for shooting a pastor in Idaho was arrested yesterday.
Well, this drawing is yet another twist in the case of an ex-Camp Pendleton Marine accused of shooting a pastor in Idaho 6 times. Police arrested Kyle Odom at the White House.
And joining us with his bizarre 21-page Martian manifesto, Hannah.
And guys, in it, he said the aliens are hypersexual, so they controlled his mind and stimulated him to the point of exhaustion.
Odom's father, Terry, tells KXLY that he had dinner with his son the night before the shooting, and there was no indication that Odom was planning any type of attack. Odom's dad says the Sunday shooting took them totally by surprise and that Odom is not a violent person.
The Secret Service tracked Odom to the White House, where they say he tossed flash drives over the fence. According to his manifesto, Odom believes Martians rule the world. He says dozens of them are U.S. lawmakers who crave control. The manifesto goes into disturbing detail about how the aliens got into his head. He also believes they live deep underground and in the moon.
Trust God, we trust Jesus that he's going to work something miraculous through this.
First, our top story this morning, anger surrounding Donald Trump's presidential campaign reaches a boiling point in Chicago. Last night, the Republican frontrunner canceled a campaign rally over security concerns when thousands of protesters gathered outside an arena at the University of Illinois and then flooded the venue where he was scheduled to speak.
Trump's campaign events have turned increasingly hostile.
Sex offenders can't live within 1,000 feet of a school, but we discovered there is nothing stopping them from voting in one on primary day. That's why an elementary school polling site in Brook Park is causing some serious concerns for parents.
Many schools are used as polling sites across Cuyahoga County and have been for decades. But parents tell me times have changed.
Different age now. I mean, you don't know what's out there anymore.
At 11, a cruel encounter has a 7-year-old boy calling for just a little courtesy.
What happened on a flight left his family in disbelief.
Tonight, a Valley family in the national spotlight when they're taunted as they're forced to leave a plane. They say it was all because the little boy had an allergic reaction.
The family was returning home from a trip to Washington.
The father is fighting end-stage throat cancer. They were on the trip to make memories, but this is one memory they wish they could forget.
So we informed the flight attendant, who informed us that, well, there's dogs on every flight, and just smirked.
And I'm sad this has to be a memory with my dad.
As a dad, you know, I was just hopeless right there. And I was out there and I just looked at the people clapping. I was just like shaking my head. I was just like, man, let's get out of here.
An exciting and rare moment in time. A total solar eclipse is seen across the Pacific tonight.
We didn't get to see it here, but amazing pictures are pouring in from a rare celestial event on the other side of the world. People in Southeast Asia experience a total solar eclipse. The rare phenomenon happens when the moon moves in front of the sun, so it casts a shadow on the ground. In some places, the total solar eclipse lasted for 4 minutes. But that is really incredible. And I think that, Matt, in the last couple of years, we've seen so much excitement about what's happening in the sky. You know, we have the blood moon and all the different names for the moons that we've seen come through. Supermoon. They get so excited
and then the
about it.
blood moon.
Yeah. Well, you showed this on the morning show, and Jason, I love this. It gives you kind of a very unique perspective, and it was planned that way.
It was. Alaska Airlines has a trip that goes from Anchorage to Honolulu, and there was an astronomer a year ago who was looking at the coming of this eclipse and noticed, like, hey, there's a flight that goes right through there.
Oh my God! Whoa! Look at that! Oh my God! Here we go! Oh my God! It's coming right over us like a storm. Look at this! Oh my God! We're getting close. Getting close. No filter. Oh my God! Corona! There it is! Diamond Bailey's beads! Bailey's beads diamond ring! Look at that! Corona! Totality! Totality! Oh my God! Look at that!
Now, dozens of people phoned the police from various parts of Scotland last night after a bright light from a suspected meteor shower lit up the early evening sky. Scotland says the force began receiving calls just before 7 yesterday evening from people saying they'd heard a loud bang or seen a fireball in the sky.
Out of nowhere, a dazzling ball of fire drops out of the sky, a suspected meteor burning up in the atmosphere above northern Scotland.
What the hell's that? What the hell was that?
All of a sudden the sky lit up. It was like a light switch. It just went from dark to light in seconds. It was the most surreal experience I've ever had.
Oh, the things that go boom at night. A mystery boom tonight on Long Island. Some folks in Suffolk County frightened and calling 911. So what exactly was it? Here's Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan.
Around dinner time last night, many South Shore residents reported something shaking their homes. It's a story you saw first on 12.
The whole house shook, the window shook.
Start texting my daughter in West Babylon, and they heard it too.
It stopped Don Worley right in mid-sentence and shook his home.
We were sitting on the couch watching TV, and the whole house started shaking, so we went outside, and all my neighbors were like, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that?" We're like, "Yeah."
A noise that could be heard throughout his quiet Lindenhurst neighborhood. A loud boom.
Whatever it was, it literally shook the town. It was loud, and it was the same thing we heard, I guess, a month ago.
Suffolk police tell us the sound could be heard in several towns, but they have no knowledge of any explosions in the area. 911 calls flooded into dispatchers seconds after the loud...
I just got a call from Christina up in Deer Park, and they said they heard something really loud also.
Weird, because most of the booms you hear, when you hear something, you hear a car crash or something like that, you can pretty well tell which direction it came from. This, I couldn't identify which direction it came from. It just sounded like just a loud thud.
Mysterious loud noises have been concerning residents around Grundy County for weeks. Many people have reported their experiences of these booms, saying they saw a flash of light or felt it shake their house.
What is going on out there? Bizarre sounds are being heard all over. The latest is this creepy high-pitched noise. The mystery has everyone in the picturesque town of Forest Grove, Oregon, baffled.
There is a horrible, horrible sound coming from the outside of my property. That's high-pitched squealing.
It's like a real-life X-Files. This is where the jarring sound was first reported. As you can tell, it's normally a lovely, quiet neighborhood. But for the past 2 weeks, residents have been on edge because they don't know what the ear-splitting sound is or where it's coming from.
It turns out this is just the latest incident in a worldwide phenomenon of unexplained sounds that have scientists scratching their heads. This spooky sound terrified a town in British Columbia.
Oh, come on. That's that guy from the refuge with the big horn trumpet. Come on.
This was heard in Finland. And this piercing high-pitched sound was recorded in Michigan. As for I asked acoustic engineer Tobin Cooley to analyze it.
Probably electrical, mechanical, gas, air.
But even he can't explain it.
I don't think anyone knows what it is yet, but that's probably what makes it more frightening.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Karen Scullin.
And I'm Tim Blotz. A rare blood infection is likely to blame in 18 Wisconsin deaths. The mysterious outbreak even has the CDC now investigating.
The spread in Sheboygan County now makes a dozen Wisconsin counties with reported cases, covering most of our area.
To have an outbreak of this magnitude is very unusual.
Disease detectives on the ground are still puzzled where this could be coming from.
I wish we already had an answer.
Well, it's no magic trick. A Canby man says he can now open his door, unlock his cell phone, and all he has to do is just swipe his hand.
It's because he has a microchip implanted in his hand.
Well, that would do it.
He says it's changed his life, and now he's shown.
This is a pretty interesting one, you guys. James Newman says he's embracing technology in a big way. 2 years ago, after reading some tech articles, he was inspired and he had a chip implanted right in his hand. He says radio frequency identification is the way of the future. And
officials are trying to get a handle on the rising number of earthquakes in the state.
Another major storm system, this one in the south.
We turn next on a Friday night to the other major headline, the historic flooding. States of emergency in several states tonight.
Oh my God! This same storm fueled a barrage of thunder and lightning in Texas. More than 750 strikes hit around San Antonio last night in just a 5-minute time period.
Bible is just one of several items that survived a house fire in East Tennessee. It happened in Hawkins County on Sunday. Nothing is left of the home except a few pictures and the family Bible. Donna Clark was asleep inside the home when it caught fire. Her neighbor saved her life after seeing the smoke and running to the house and waking her.
And this is one of several Bibles in the home that remain untouched.
It burnt nearly everything around it real bad, but this Bible wasn't touched. It has no smoke spots or no burnt spots anywhere. It looks like it just come out of the store.
Their faith, just like the Bible found in the rubble, also remains untouched.
A family of 8 is now without a place to call home after a devastating fire broke out, leaving nothing behind but ashes. While sifting through ashes and rubble, Jack was amazed to find a cross, Bible, and other religious items unharmed. She says it brought them peace, knowing they were not alone.
You would think a house that was engulfed in flames, you would have lost everything. But of course, God always shows a way and shows that He's always here at all times.
Well, a North Texas couple just starting their lives together lost their home and almost everything inside a fire. This is what they saw when they returned home to the 2700 block of Royal Lane in Irving. You can see the devastation there. Tonight we're learning about the miracle that they did find in the debris.
The newlyweds were just starting their lives together.
Not even 2 weeks.
When a fire consumed their home.
And the flames were on top of the ceiling going towards the cabinets.
They lost almost everything inside.
Everything except our Bible and marriage license.
Yes, a Bible and a marriage license.
Here's our Bible. And not a page was burned in the Bible. I keep my prayers in here. This is what means the world to us right here. Having our marriage license and our Bible.
2 items saved inside a home where everything else is destroyed. The marriage license was on this table, the Bible on the ottoman.
And we wonder every day what it means to have these 2 items.
A test of faith that is for certain.
It's something that I'll always cherish, and it will always remind me the 2 most important things to me in my life.
You know, a lot of things go viral on social media. You kind of scratch your head and don't get. This one was incredibly powerful. It comes from Baltimore. Look at this. It's a young teen praying over the body of a homeless man. It's gone viral now. This was taken by Eric Gaines, a police officer for the University of Maryland in Baltimore. He saw this and he says a lot of people come and shake down the homeless guy, seeing what's in his pockets, he thought this kid was doing the same thing. Then he realized he was actually praying for the man.
We have been witnessing the planned implosion, the destruction of the United States for some time now. They have been using the U.S. military might as a tool of conquest around the world. They've been using the petrodollar as a tool of debt-based enslavement that they can impose on other countries. That, of course, is backed by the U.S. military. I believe that we are witnessing the final approach of this planned implosion of the U.S. Now, it's getting to the point to where they have been stirring up racial division, any kind of unrest that they can. The divide and conquer tactic is in full swing, backed by the mainstream media and the propagandists to form and manipulate your perception of reality. Now, the Chicago Trump rally was canceled due to security concerns in regards to the protesters that plan to take over the rally and rush the stage. And of course, Trump blames Bernie Sanders supporters for that unrest. But the rabbit hole goes much deeper than that, and it has ties and connections all the way up to the White House and beyond. This is such a huge story because it is leading up to a climactic point, a breaking point where things are coming to a head. Well, it appears that Donald Trump was on the money when he accuses Bernie Sanders for his involvement in the Chicago political mayhem, but it goes much deeper than that. The left-wing political action internet-based group called MoveOn.org helped organize and set up the whole thing. As you can see here, People for Bernie tweeted out, "Remember, the Trump rally wasn't just luck. It took organizers from dozens of organizations and thousands of people to pull it off." MoveOn.org also endorsed Obama back in 2008, of course, and George Soros has his hands all over this. Not only did he fund $33 million to Black Lives Matter, as you can see here, financial contributors include George Soros and his wife, Susan Weber Soros, who gave millions of dollars to get MoveOn.org up and running. This is exactly what they want. They want chaos, they want division, the whole divide and conquer tactic taking place. We're witnessing right now. They are dividing this country, us against us. We will never see where the real threat comes from, and that is up above, sitting on top of all of us, playing us all off against each other. Now, it appears that the events that took place in Baltimore and Ferguson was just the beta test at this point in time, and rallying the troops, a dry run kind of a thing. And I expect to see a lot more of those events take place. And they're going to be gearing this more politically and taking this to this campaign, to the presidential campaigns. They are using our colleges and our universities as recruiting centers, indoctrination, re-education centers. And Soros has invested himself deeply into this whole program. We are seeing the takeover from within. Now, I'm not endorsing any one of these candidates. I feel that this whole thing is sort of one big puppet show, a fake reality TV show, so to speak. They're presenting you with the illusion of choice. You get to choose between their hand-picked candidates. Now, Donald Trump prides himself on being a businessman, a self-made billionaire who's not accepting a dime from anyone on his campaign contributions, saying that he cannot be bought. And I respect that. I can see that.
Yeah, and I am a Trump supporter. That's just me. I don't care what anybody else does or whatever, but, all opinions are welcome, so I thought I'd go ahead and run this anyway.
But then again, you see stuff like this here, and Donald Trump accepted a $160 million loan from George Soros and New York hedge funds to build his Chicago skyscraper. So, yes, it appears that Soros has his hands in everything. Everything. Even the man that so many people hold so much hope in. So in the days leading up to this Chicago Trump rally, MoveOn.org started a petition, and they gained nearly 50,000 signatures in addition to 10,000 Facebook user pledges that they would show up and disrupt this event. So that's nearly 60,000 people that said that they were going to go to disrupt this Trump rally in Chicago. Even domestic terrorist Bill Ayers, who has connections, close connections to Barack Obama, was there in attendance. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with Bill Ayers, he is a former leader of the Weather Underground who participated in several bombings, including one at the New York Police headquarters in 1970. As you can see here is his Twitter page. He is a self-proclaimed communist and has taken credit for this whole Trump rally being shut down. As you can see here, Trump canceled. No one denied him the right to speak. He relies on spectacle. Here, we denied him the performance by mobilizing thousands. Now, Bill Ayers is referred to as one of Barack Obama's groomers. He groomed him for his presidency through his Ivy League schools, and as you can see here, refers to him as a family friend in a book that he wrote. He says that they served together on a board of a foundation, knew one another's neighbors and family friends, held the initial fundraiser at Bill Ayers' house in his living room, where he made a small donation to Barack Obama's earliest political campaigns. So the Weather Underground is known as a domestic terror organization. Okay, the FBI was looking into them heavily, and they insist that the Weather Underground bomber Bill Ayers himself is a domestic terrorist. As you can see, it's common knowledge he helped launch President Barack Obama's political career in Bill Ayers' living room. Now, according to declassified FBI reports on the Weather Underground claimed responsibility for a bombing at the headquarters of the U.S. State Department in Washington, D.C. Now, no one was hurt there, but there was extensive damage done. Now, the Weather Underground was inspired by communist ideologies and embracing violence and crime as a way to protest the Vietnam War, racism, and other left-wing aims. Now, the Weather Underground prided themselves on not hurting anyone in these attacks that they conducted. But they did bomb a police sergeant's house. They're planning on bombing a politician's office. And the whole group got arrested when their bomb-making factory in New Jersey blew up. But they were involved with 3 deaths, 2 police officers and 1 Brinks driver that were killed in a botched armed car robbery in New York. We could literally go on for hours about Bill Ayers. But very interesting to note, he and his wife Bernadine Dorn co-authored the manifesto for the Weather Underground called Prairie Fire. Now, they dedicated this book to Sirhan Sirhan, who was Robert Kennedy's assassin. And if you remember right, Robert Kennedy was a presidential candidate when he was assassinated by Sirhan Sirhan. So their manifesto is dedicated to a presidential candidate's assassin. So it is very alarming and disturbing to see this man out there protesting at a presidential candidate, Donald Trump, rally.
I know it's not.
And no doubt it had.
Oh, yeah. And then you see CNN and all those people right after that, they were going, oh, well, look, Donald got all scared. Donald looked like he was getting ready to go kick some ass, and he carries. All I seen was somebody that went on guard, and then, of course, I don't know where the hell they come from, but those Secret Service guys literally teleported onto that stage. But, Donald turned around, he was like, come on up here, I'll kick your ass. And we also found out who that was. He is The guy that's been running around dragging the flag on the ground and flying the communist flag too. So
Trump a little shaken up as he cancels his Cincinnati rally after canceling the Chicago rally due to security concerns. Now, in typical FBI fashion, they were able to successfully infiltrate the weather underground. They had an informant in there named Grathwohl. Now, he testified under oath that he asked Bill Ayers what was the plan when the weathermen were able to successfully achieve their goal of a communist takeover of the United States government. And Grathwohl stated that Ayers paused for a moment and said that it was likely that about 50 million Americans would have to be re-educated in concentration camps in the Southwest, and that 25 million others that could not be successfully re-educated would have to be eliminated, in other words, killed. Now that was back during the Vietnam War era, and Ayers has championed himself as a supporter of the Black civil rights movement. But he's been actively trying to instigate and ignite a race war ever since, just like this current administration is trying to do. And I've already showed you how closely these people are connected. They wanted to ignite this race war through a series of false flags. In other words, bombings that would kill people, and you blame it on someone else, and it achieves that goal that you were initially striving towards. He asked that FBI informant Grathwohl, he ordered him to blow up a Detroit police substation. Now, Grathwohl said that a nearby restaurant where many blacks ate would suffer many casualties, and Ayers replied that some would have to die for the revolution to proceed. Doesn't sound like much of a champion for black civil rights, does it? So at this point we have George Soros involved. We have communist Bill Ayers involved. We have socialist Bernie Sanders involved. Trump is involved in all this. The President of the United States has ties to these guys. They visit the White House. And you have the city of Cleveland, who is set to host the Republican National Convention, the GOP convention, through a federal grant seeking to buy thousands of additional sets of riot gear, a $50 million federal grant. We see the federalization of the police through these federal grants, the training, the militarization. And this was well before these events unfolded in Chicago and St. Louis, this unrest that we've been seeing here very recently. So the question is, what do they have in the works? What is their plan? What do they know that we do not at this point? They're gearing up for something. They're gearing up for something big. I've always said that if Trump is the real deal, they'll take him out. They'll JFK him, make an example out of him, right? But even if Trump is himself a puppet in this, they may try to take him out to ignite more unrest. That is very possible. But regardless, at the end of the day, this whole system is corrupt. It has been corrupted. Us actively participating in this system only justifies it. I'll tell you right now who's going to win the presidency, who's going to win the White House. It's going to be corporate America and the military-industrial complex. We're going to continue to see wars all over the place, conquest, and the destruction of this country. I myself would like to think that Trump is legit, but to be honest with you, I don't trust him. I don't trust any of them. But I do believe that he is in danger right now. I think that there is a strong possibility that they may try to take him out. Only time will tell. I'll leave links. Let me know what you think in the comments section. Till next time, this is Spiro.
Hillary. I really did everything that I could to avoid making a video directed at you. However, I found myself in something that I like to call a Longworth moral dilemma. Do I remain silent and passionately despise you to myself, or do I lay my cards out on the table and try diligently to articulate my disgust in a form that won't land me in federal prison, and hopefully opening the eyes of some of your die-hard feminist Nazi fans along the way? If you're watching this, then your less than mediocre brain should have concluded that I decided to go with the latter. So, let's just begin. For some reason, your extremely underdeveloped frontal lobe has foolishly led you to believe that it would be a brilliant idea to run in the 2016 presidential campaign. As a result, true-blooded American patriots, such as myself, the ones who are actually still loyal to this country, have had to endure that painful scratching noise that you like to call intelligent spew from your mouth like typical Clinton diarrhea. As agonizing as this has been to watch, what is more disconcerting to me is that you are capable of standing up in front of the world to proclaim that you possess not only the capabilities, but also the credentials to run this beloved country. And thinking that you would do anything but drive the rest of what we have left to our name straight into the seventh circle of hell. I must say, your ability to keep a straight face throughout this entire process is almost impressive. Unfortunately, for you, there are still many of us who see through your carefully sculpted mask and straight into the eyes of one of the biggest traitors this country has ever taken under her wing. For those of you who are ignorant enough to follow blindly behind the Clinton circus of bona fide bitch bags, let me just break this down stupid style so that you can keep up. Gestapo, Silly Billy's dirty secret scandal, stealing from the White House, Filegate, Hillary's deputy chief of staff, Huma Abedin, Vince Foster, Emailgate, Whitewater, when Hillary said she landed under sniper fire in Bosnia. The Clinton body count, Benghazi, Chinagate, Travelgate, Watergate, drug dealer donor scandal, Ponzi scheme and political favor scandal, and you, Hillary, the biggest scandal of them all. And you think that you have the credentials with this background to run my country? In 1974, you were fired from your job by your supervisor, Jerry Seifman, who said, and I quote, "She was an unethical and dishonest lawyer. She conspired to violate the Constitution, the rules of the House, the rules of the committee, and the rules of confidentiality." Does that really sound like an individual who is fit to lead this country? I cannot determine what is more alarming to me. A group of Islamic extremists who brutally execute thousands of men, women, and children in front of the world, or a presidential candidate that has a record of illegal activity, which she should have been incarcerated for, with her own hidden agenda to destroy what's left of these United States and the connections and friendships to do so. You have, on a number of occasions, proven to the wolves that roam this land that you are by very definition a traitor to not only the United States of America, but a traitor to your own integrity. You stand on the forefront of the greatest election since our independence and stumble over our Constitution while catching your balance on our liberties. Countless times you have proven yourself a disgrace to those who do not sit idly by and listen to your proverbial and narcissistic diatribe that you preach to the weak-minded. You have literally turned your back on the men and women who have bled for the power that you abuse. Men and women who have selflessly died in war to protect the freedoms of our countrymen. Men and women who have left their families and set aside their differences and laid down their lives so that you can steal their liberties, laugh at their sacrifices, and mock their honor. And now you assume that you possess the bravery to lead my brothers and sisters into war? To command them with integrity on a battlefield seated with honor. You have spit in the face of the very foundation that you still have the privilege of standing on. You have unmasked the very image of what a coward looks like, and you have most certainly managed to mask the truths of your deceit so the blind cannot recognize you for what you really are, a waste of human existence. You are not fit to lead this country anywhere except straight back down the shitter that you crawled out of. You are a prisoner of your own evil, chained down by the shackles of your arrogance and strapped to the grenade of American justice that you just pulled the pin on. It is only a matter of time until the shrapnel blows up into your ass and out of that treacherous mouth that you used to deceive your way to the top. And the people of this great country will have front row seats to the execution of your career, and the men and women who have lost their lives at the hands of your deliberate negligence will no longer be dangling from your guilt-free conscience. My country will not fall to the hands of your corrupt administration. I need you to understand something, America. If you vote for Hillary, you will be handing over the last shred of integrity that this country has to a woman who willfully threw hers away many years ago. She is not the answer to America's problems. She is America's problem. Ladies, if you're voting for Clinton based solely on the fact that her vagina fits your incessant need for vagina power, do us all a favor. Go sit on your thumb, wiggle it around a little, and let me know if you find your brain up there. Until then, stay as far away from the polls as possible before you hurt yourselves. I'll end this with a quote from my father. Hillary, you are a prevaricating, Disingenuous, disrespectful, and egocentric bag of runny fecal matter. The only job you are fit for is a poster child for Soylent Green. If only your mother would have swallowed. End quote. Go fuck yourself.
What's up, America?
Yeah, now that I'm 50, I want to adopt her. But good grief, if I was 20, I'd be sending her chocolates and flowers. Anyway, this comes from James D.
Hey, what's up, Patriots? What's up, YouTube? This is James D here, JD, coming at you from San Francisco, California. First go. Just want to touch base on a couple of issues here, or not issues, but a couple of things here. One, the t-shirt and hats. Just want to shout out and give acknowledgement to those that have ordered, at least some of you that have ordered, at least the first few. I'm not gonna go through the whole list and everybody and mention everyone, but Rich Guz, I love you, bro. You were the first one to order one through the PayPal link. So I wanted to put that out there. Rich Guz, he was the first one, very first one. Besides me, I was the first. I threw money in there first, but I'm the one doing it, so that don't count. But Rich Guz, you were the very first one out there to throw anything in the PayPal through the PayPal link for the t-shirts and hats. So I want to acknowledge that. Man, I love you, bro. You already know where we stand. We're like family, bro. So also Oregon Wild Child, Patty, first one to send a money order or check, and Lisa, man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you're doing. Lisa actually sent money in through the PayPal link as a donation. She doesn't even want a t-shirt. I'm gonna try to make sure she gets one anyways, if she would provide me an address, but she said that's not what she's doing this for. She said she wants to just throw money in there. She threw some money in there just to help with the Patriot movement, to help with our cause. What I'm going to use her money for is the free t-shirts that I'm going to be giving to people that need free t-shirts. So Lisa, I appreciate that so much. Can't even tell you how much. And I'm sure the person that gets a free t-shirt that wants one will appreciate that as well. So Rich Guz, Oregon Wild Child, Lisa, and yeah, I should have wrote this stuff down. Anyways, anyone out there that did, man, that has so far, asked or sent money in for a t-shirt or hat, I appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much. And like I said, the prices, it's $17 for the t-shirts and then $22 for the hats. And I know there's companies out there that can do it cheaper, if you go through an online company or something. But like I said, I'm doing this. I added shipping and handling in with the price, because shipping and handling, depending on where it's being shipped to and how many, I added shipping and handling in because I'm going to be doing that myself. I'm going to be shipping them all out, and I'm going to videotape, majority, unless I get thousands of, I can't videotape thousands of them, but the very first few, I'm going to videotape who I'm sending them to, and I'm not going to expose your address or anything, but just your name and just acknowledge that you guys are getting your shirts, and I don't know, whatever, just to show people that you're getting them. So that regarding the prices, yeah, there are companies that do them cheaper, but this is a local company that I'm supporting. I can walk into their office, I can speak with these people and shake their hands. I want to support a company within my community and help them out. So that's why they're a little bit more pricey than maybe some other places you can find online. I'm not going through online companies. So anyways, that's that. And the logo is being worked on. There will be more t-shirts available later with logos. This is just a general, the t-shirts that are coming, they're going to be a white t-shirt with navy blue lettering, Patriots Stand for Freedom, and a navy blue t-shirt with white lettering, Patriots Stand for Freedom. And the hats are all going to be navy blue with white lettering. So just so you guys know, and the hats are embroidered. And like I said, once I get all, a bulk amount of orders, I'm going to order it through the company, and there's a 2-week window at that point, and then they'll be shipped out. So it's not something that's happening overnight. This is something that, you guys are going to get within the next, once I order it, within 2 weeks. So That's that. Also, regarding some of my vids I post, I mirror a lot of people's vids that are coming from people that maybe everyone doesn't like these people. I don't know. Maybe everybody doesn't like these channels. Just remember one thing. It's not about the messenger, okay? It's about the message I'm trying to put out. It's not about who the message is coming from. If you don't like this person, just try to listen to the message. The Alex Jones stuff I put up, it's not because I like Alex Jones or his network or anything he's a part of. But some of the messages, some of the reports that they put out have good messages in it. You always gotta, you gotta dig for your own truths. I dig for my own truths and what I believe to be true, and that's what I put out. And if I feel like it's view worthy for my viewers, then I'll put it out there. It's not about the messenger. It's not about where it's coming from. You always got to question everything. Like I've always said that. Question everything, of course. Always. Even anything I put out, question me. Always. That's the only way you're going to find your own truth. And, don't take anything at face value. Don't, take anything that comes out of anybody else's mouth as 100% truth. Dig into it yourselves, guys. And find your own truth in your own heart. So, so I put up the Dabu 7 video. I had a good conversation with Spitfire and others, Reacher 36, Link Savad. But before that, before everyone else jumped into the conversation, it was a Google Hangout, I guess. I think they recorded it. I think Reacher 36 has this whole thing recorded on his channel. So you guys can go check that out. These are all good guys, man, that you guys should check out. Link Savad, Spitfire, Reacher 36. There were some others in there, and I'm sorry if I'm forgetting to mention you guys. But anyways, me and Spitfire we're talking about Dabu 7. I know he had a lot of beef with Dabu 7, in the past, and he said he's willing to bury that hatchet if Dabu would be willing to come on board with this Patriot movement, and it doesn't matter what Dabu 7 does, for his own benefit. And in any other channel, it doesn't matter as long as a good message is getting out. As long as Dabu 7 has what, 250,000 subscribers or something like that. I mean, that's a good ally to have in terms of getting messages out to viewers. So I'm not going to go against Dabu 7 in any way. I never have. Just because I don't like maybe some of the things that he does or some of the ways he's trying to make money or some of the, he asking for donations for certain things. It doesn't matter. That's not what I worry about. I worry about a message of awareness getting out to the people. I'm promoting awareness all the time. I want to promote awareness to our freedoms being taken away all the time. That's my goal and my agenda. I don't care what anybody else's goal and agenda is. And if I ever use their videos, it's because the message is getting the message I think is view worthy. It's not about the person. Just so everyone knows, don't kill the messenger. Look at the message. That's an old cliche saying, right? And then, so I'm going to provide links to the PayPal and also my email. So anyone that wants to get a T-shirt or hat, they can go to the PayPal link and describe. Every time you go to the PayPal link, if you add money to that, there's a description of what it's for. So you put what it's for, your size, whatever. I'm gonna put all that in the description box. And shout out to Scott Mitchell and Ryan Dillashaw. You guys check out Ryan Dillashaw's channel, and anytime you see a comment from Scott Mitchell, man, thumbs it up, because that dude's a good dude right there. He's putting in a lot of work on his own time. He's not asking for any pay. He's doing this as a true patriot, as a supporter of our movement. And so Scott Mitchell and Ryan Dillashaw, shout out to you guys, man. You guys are doing a lot of good work on that logo and artwork and just a lot of different things on the Patriot Stand for Freedom page on Facebook.
A massive military training exercise scheduled to begin July 15th and continue for 2 months, called Jade Helm, has...
Don't know how that got
folks,
on the
it's
list,
12 March
but anyway.
2016. Take number 8. Democrats pay for rioting around the nation against Trump. The Nazis are on the march. And we can call it National Socialism, State Socialism, Democratic Socialism. By any other name, a Nazi pig is a Nazi pig. Pray that all the Nazi attempts at evil, pray that all those worshiping Lucifer, all their evils fall flat on their face. And what we're seeing around the country, if we can do this again, We may not be able to. Violence erupts at Donald Trump rally in St. Louis. 33 people arrested. I want you to look clearly in their faces. Young, fit people. Yeah. Riots. Thousands riot in Chicago over Trump rally. Yeah. They're calling Donald Trump a Nazi because that's all they got left. Folks, the Nazis are on the move again. We saw this. Well, when did we see this? Let's take a look at this. We saw this in the 1770s, leading to the American Revolution, 76 to 83. 40 years later, we saw this in 1810, leading to the war with England. 40 years after that, in the 1850s, we saw more Nazi marches, which led to the Civil War. 40 years later, we saw this in the 1890s, leading to World War with Spain. It was a world war that we fought against Spain in 1898. 40 years later, in the 30s, we saw this leading to World War II, 1941 to 45. Every generation. 40 years later, in the 60s and the 70s, remember those riots? Leading to the elimination of Nixon as president, which literally destabilized the world for about 8 years. Here it is, 40 years later, the Nazis rise again, and we see the same thing, which is supposed to be World War III. Same stuff, different decade. This nation has been played like a fiddle out of Rome by Lucifer. Absolutely every 40 years. Pray the evil stops immediately. Folks, I'm a bad typist. I'm a great speller. Pray that this evil ends. It's the same stuff, different decade. The leaders have different faces on them, but it's the same stuff. They march through the streets. They destroy. It's who they are. They have no other mode. This man bothers them. He's a Knights Templar. He's not lily white. He's just as dirty as the rest. He bothers them. The Knights Templar want to restart the economy and the Republic. This man, who is Prescott Bush's son, Prescott Bush funded Adolf Hitler, the Nazis. If the American people ever find out what we have done, they will chase us down in the streets and lynch us. This man, Marco Rubio, who's dancing at a gay party at Cobra and a gay bubble bath, it's okay that he's gay, but he's participating in a gay orgy. I don't know what you call it. This man has been paid to come out against Trump. Shouldn't even be in the election. This man is the center of a crime drug family. Cocaine. Read the book. He opposes Trump. The men in the bubble bath oppose Trump. The men dancing gay oppose Trump. These are drug dealers. He opposes Trump. Look at him. He opposes Trump. Why? Because he represents the Knight Templar, not the unholy alliance of Frankfurt, Rome, Paris, Jerusalem, London, and New York City. He's not in favor of it. He's in favor of the American people. So who's funding this? Let's take a look at who's funding this. This is a riot in Chicago. This is how the picture appeared. You can't read anything. All pre-made signs. Somebody paid for that. Oh my God, MoveOn.org. The Smoking Gun. MoveOn.org. Young men. Yep, just the typical Pima actors out of Special Forces. I haven't identified them, but I'm taking a guess on that. MoveOn.org. Progressive. We had another name for progressive. That was the Progressive Party of 1920. That was the Progressive Party of 1920. That was the Progressive Party of 1960. It also was the Progressive Party of 1890s. It also was the Progressive Party of the 1850s. Now let's look at some other symbols of the Progressive Party. National Socialism, Democratic Socialism, Marxist Socialism. Nazis, them. What's the difference? When they run out of money, their society collapses. They come into office broke, they end up as billionaires. There's a party started by the Democratic Socialist, General Nathan Forrest, a good Democrat. He was a Confederate general. He started the Ku Klux Klan, a Confederate. There's a symbol of the old Democratic Party. Yeah. Democratic socialism. You have to understand that the corporations are destroying America, and you know the things running through their mind. They don't like to see America destroyed, so they're reaching out for something, anything. Here's Adolf Hitler. He's crazy, right? Does this man ever whiten his teeth or comb his hair or wear an American flag? And they say Hitler was crazy? Excuse me? He quotes Hitler, the Democratic Socialist, by any other name. Is still a Democratic Socialist. That's the real Hillary. She's retired, but that's the real Hillary. She's the one who killed Christopher Stevens. Now, does she look fit to be in the White House? Look at her eyes. Oh, that's a different Hillary, a double. She has a little wart there. Notice the little wart there? The other one has a little wart down here. This one has a little twist here, but no wart. Sorry, folks. Oh, Black Lives Matters. The same kind of thing. They walk the streets in the day and riot at night. Paid by the same people. There he is, Donald Trump, a Knights Templar. I don't know the history of the Knights Templar. When I was in Russia, we stopped the nuclear war and they gave me a passport which automatically made me a Knight of Malta, which was a Knight of Rhodes, which was a Knight of Jerusalem, Knights Hospitalier, which were security guards that protected the hospitals against bands of Muslims who would ride in and kill everybody and steal everything and ride away. They called themselves Muslims. So I guess the Knight of Malta was merely a hospital security guard, and then Rome took that over, and we have people like Ollie North and Ronald Reagan who are Knights of Malta, and Rick Santorum, who are loyal to the Pope. Oh yeah, we stopped at this one. Marco Rubio, bubble bath, gay orgy. By any other name, a Nazi pig is a Nazi pig is a Nazi pig. MoveOn.org. Guess who paid for that? George Soros and the Democratic Party. And Democratic Socialist Party, sorry. And where do you suppose the Democratic Socialist Party got their money? From the government. United States Corporation. These people are bought and paid for with your tax money. No wonder our businesses are falling apart. Coming to you live, Dr. William B. Mount. You have a wonderful day. Pray that these Nazis fail at everything they do. Thank you, and good night. By the way, if you subscribe, we get more money. We can buy more products for kids with cancer. And that's the whole goal of what we're doing. So we wish you that we tried to sign up under a nonprofit corporation, and we're still having trouble. The government does not want to have you subscribe and help cure cancer. But go ahead and try it. Try to subscribe, and the money from advertisers goes to cure cancer. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to the Freedom Fighter Times. It's time to exercise your mind, and it's time to think deeper. You can do that, and we can help you by becoming an exclusive member. Currently, we have a deal going on for $15 a year. Offer ends very soon. Find out more information by going to freedomfightertimes.com/info. No? Nope. Not good, folks. The police confiscated a man's guns who owns a concealed carry permit because he believes in Bigfoot, UFOs, and the CIA is watching him. In other words, the police are now confiscating guns from those who believe in conspiracy theories. Police confiscated firearms from a 74-year-old Ralph Gilberstein. Although he is not a felon or domestic abuser, he's never been ruled dangerous to others because he does have a very mild mental illness. Gilberstein, who lives in Richfield, Minnesota, believes in Bigfoot and UFOs. While he does receive treatment for a, quote, mild mental health disorder, the Star Tribune reports that a psychologist sent a letter to the judge in the case stating that Gilberstein is compliant with his medications and poses no danger to himself or others. From what I understood, if a psychologist felt as though you were a danger to yourself or others, that's when they would go after the gun owners. However, this man poses no threats, according to a psychologist, which we all should believe the psychologists, right? They're all on government payrolls anyway. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And he's had his guns taken away. He's 74. I mean, what is this? I'll tell you what it is. It's a statement. It's a freaking statement meant to spark fear. A former Marine, Gilberston, is also a concealed carry permit holder, which means he has enough mental capacity to, and by law, by paper, by everything, to go through the in-depth background check, which is required to obtain a permit, and he was the proud owner of 3 handguns until the police knocked on his door. He came to the attention of the authorities after individuals at his apartment complex reported that he constantly talks about the government watching him. He particularly voices concerns that the CIA is spying on him. The Hennepin Community Outreach for Psychiatric Emergencies, COPE, called police about Gilberston after his apartment managers expressed concern about a series of letters he had written on CIA spying. What concern? Where is the threat? That's what I don't understand. He's concerned that the CIA is spying, and so now he's been punished for voicing his opinion. That's a violation of free speech. He wasn't imprisoned, however, but he did have his rights taken away. His Second Amendment. COPE handles roughly 13,000 cases, only a third of which are face-to-face, and they asked police to escort them to Gilberston's apartment in 2015. His guns were subsequently confiscated. Richfield Police Department spokesman, Lieutenant Mike Flaherty, said, officers are often forced to make snap judgments about an individual's mental health. Yeah, 74-year-old man has not committed a crime, doesn't pose a danger to himself or others. So this is now just a quick judgment call. Oh, he's old. He probably has some crazy mental illness. We got to get his guns away right now. It's crap. It literally is just crap. This is simply them making a statement. He added, the street cops nowadays have to be a psychologist. That's funny, because if a street cop is meant to be a psychologist, they better have some better IQs. Because the street cops aren't allowed to have high IQs. In fact, they're turned away. There was a report about that just recently. So, if a street cop has to be a psychologist as well as a cop, shouldn't we be trying to hire better educated individuals? Less prone to using steroids and drugs? All hyped up on trying to kill people? All hyped up on getting in people's face and causing incidents? People don't wear nameplates saying paranoid schizophrenic. So the police have to go in there and make judgment calls. This guy wasn't a paranoid schizophrenic, but they're labeling him as such. Because in the very near future, listen very closely, anybody who believes in conspiracy theories will be called a paranoid schizophrenic, if they're not already. There may be titles thrown around by friends or family that call them paranoid or schizophrenic, but soon it will be a judgment against those who believe in conspiracy theories, those who believe in free thinking, those who think outside the frickin' box are paranoid and schizophrenic, apparently, because creativity is a damn crime. Because thinking for yourself is a crime. Because being independent is now a crime too. Dark roads are dead ahead. I want to thank you guys for watching and listening. God bless and carry on.
Recently, you made some headlines for saying that you felt gun control laws wouldn't deter terrorists. Explain to folks.
Well, you know, these are these things where, first of all, I was in a situation, we do what we call the dog and pony.
Right.
We're out doing the dog and pony selling a picture. And you get sometimes you get what you feel is slightly ambushed by somebody who's really got an agenda. And that's sort of, I think, that's my opinion of what happened to me the other day. The last thing I like to watch is entertainers or actors get political. It's just something I can't stand watching. So having said that, no, I was kind of asked to put it in context somehow with this movie.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my personal feeling is that there's a big difference between Fantasyland and reality. Fantasyland is what we do. You're either writing something, writing a song, writing a book, doing a movie, doing a television show. That's Fantasyland. And that's where that stuff belongs. In reality, when we're dealing with things like terrorism and whatnot, we're all going to have different opinions on how to do it and how to deal with it.
Yeah.
Mine happens to be that I think there's a very strong reason Founding Fathers had for the Second Amendment, and that is that no government ever hasn't had to fight its own people, and its own people hasn't had to fight its own government. We had our Civil War. If that Second Amendment hadn't been there, those people would not have had the opportunity to do what they considered was defending their life, their way, their style of living. So I agree with that. I think that's an important part of our existence, and it's basically that simple.
I was just looking in the New York Times this morning, and the guy interviewed many people from the Midwest and from the West about San Bernardino.
Mm-hmm.
And the basic conclusion is that there's everybody out there has this feeling of anxiety about when's the next one.
So how you connect the dots for me?
I think that there's a feeling about shootings and violence is different now in 2015 than it was in the mid-90s.
Oh, sure. It's not the 90s, and we're in 2015.
But Quentin's doing the same game, more or less.
Quentin does what he does. Yeah, Quentin's, he's like painting a picture. He's like writing a story, or he's like a filmmaker.
Right.
No, I think that to mix and match reality with fantasy is something I don't understand, but that's just me.
Yeah.
I think that we should understand the difference. I think that, to mix today's politics with, for instance, in this case, a tale about, a fictional tale about just right after the Civil War.
I'm not talking about politics. I'm talking about ground level, water table, a feeling that's in people's bones that this New York Times piece was talking about. People are genuinely, between Paris and San Bernardino, there's this thing that sudden violence as a normal day-to-day aspect coming from the gun culture, coming from everything else. It's a different vibe,
I don't understand the concepts of conversation of the gun culture. We've lived with guns since, the 7th century or something? I don't know.
We all know that right now guns is a trope. It's it's not a trope, it's a totem, it's a metaphor that disenfranchised white guys need. It makes them feel good because they're being.
You can say what you want. I don't agree with that. So it's not my thing.
But it's statistically.
You can look. If you think gun control or something like that is going to change a terrorist point of view, I think you're out of your mind. I think I think anybody is. I think it's absolutely insane. The problem we're having right now is that we don't have the concepts of how to turn it around and say, you may think you've got me worried about what you're going to do. Dude, you're about to find out what I'm going to do. And that's going to worry you a lot more. And that's what we need. That will change the concept of gun culture, as you call it, to something of reality, which is if I'm a hockey team and I got a guy bearing down on me as a goaltender, I'm not concerned about what he's going to do. I'm going to make him concerned about what I'm going to do.
I guess Obama's point was that the guys who are on the no-fly list because of terrorist connections, can get a gun pretty easily.
They can also make a bomb pretty easily.
Yeah.
So what? They can also get knives and stab you. What are you going to do about that? They can get cars and run you over with them. What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about that?
They didn't kill the people in San Bernardino.
Oh, but they've killed others that way. Haven't they? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So what are you going to do? Outlaw everything? That isn't the answer.
Just put some controls.
Put some controls. What? So the people who want to defend themselves can't?
No, not so you can't. Just so the idiots can't get a hold of them. That's
Do you really believe they're not going to? Are you serious about that? Are you seriously? What good will that? Oh my God! You and I just disagree.
Okay.
You and I just disagree. I understand that you think that you can control the behavior of people that are dead set on taking your way of life away from you. I think you can control that.
No, I didn't
and
say
there's only one thing you can do with that, and that's say, no, dude, that's not going to happen. That's just not going to happen.
We're going to speak with you, man.
Good talking with you. Good luck with your art.
Behind the clever slogans and the perfect sound bites lies the dark truth about winning. It was a dirty.
And speaking of movies, we have Snake Plissken weighing in on the no-fly list. And I'm not talking about a clever little clip that we put together where we got the actual from the movie Escape from New York. No, I'm talking about the actor Kurt Russell. He has a very reasonable pushback against an interviewer who's haranguing him about the new Quentin Tarantino movie, Hateful Eight, that he's in. It's a Western. And this guy is like, coming after him because there's gun violence. And this is set in the Old West. And Kurt Russell is like, at first is like, are you serious? Can't you tell the difference between art and real life? But then he does get serious. Kurt Russell schools this guy on gun control and on terrorism. So we're going to have a clip from that. Let's first get to the gun issue. As I point out, this is an interview where this fellow is pushing against Kurt Russell relentlessly, coming after him again and again. So I just cut out the spots where Kurt Russell said, all right, you want to talk about what's really going on? Let's talk about what's really going on. Here's the first clip.
Yeah, I don't understand the concepts of conversation of the gun culture. We've lived with guns since, what, the 7th century or something? I don't know.
Guns is a metaphor.
Is it a meme? I don't know.
Disenfranchised white guys need. It makes them feel good because they're being.
You can say what you want. I don't agree with that. So it's
It
not
makes
my
people
thing.
feel like men. Yeah.
Well, you can look. If you think gun control or something like that is going to change a terrorist point of view, I think you're out of your mind.
Yeah, that is perfect. He just took that whole thing. The guy said, you got the culture. It's like is it a meme? Is it a trope? It's something like that, and we've got to talk about that. And he goes, look, if you think you're going to change a terrorist point of view, you're out of your mind, man. He says, I'm going to turn it around like a hockey game where I'm bearing down on the goalie. He's going to be worried about what I'm going to do. That's the whole point of having an armed citizenry. That's why an armed citizenry was the constitutional approach to protect our country, certainly for our own self-defense. It was never the idea, like the New York Times came out this last weekend, where they had a collective editorial, put it on the front page, first time they've done that in decades, a collective editorial from the New York Times staff saying, you need to give up your guns because the government and the police are going to protect you. And if you have guns, it just makes their job more dangerous and difficult. No, they don't do that. They've had numerous court decisions where they've been sued by people because people said, you didn't do a very good job of protecting me or my family. And they said, that's not our job. That's not our job. Our job is to enforce the government's policies. Our job is to write tickets for you. Our job is to make sure you obey the orders. It is not to defend you. And we've had honest police chiefs who said, we'll catch the bad guys, but understand it's going to take a while before we can get there. We have many police chiefs talking about that, saying to their citizens, sheriffs and others, saying, look, you need to arm yourself. You need to learn how to use this safely because we cannot respond quickly enough to help you. Just as we saw the data coming out this last week saying when people are armed, the average number of people killed in a mass shooting is just over 2. When there's nobody around that is carrying, the number of people who are killed is just over 14. That's precisely what Kurt Russell is talking about. But then there's another clip. Let's play this second clip. The interviewer keeps coming after him. Let's play that clip.
Guys who are on the no-fly list because of terrorist connections can get a gun pretty easily.
They can also make a bomb pretty easily.
Yeah.
So what?
They didn't kill the people in San Bernardino.
Oh, but they've killed others that way. Haven't they? Yeah. So what are you going to do? Outlaw everything? That isn't the answer.
Just put some controls.
Put some controls. What? So the people who want to defend themselves can't?
Yeah, I got to say, I thought America was dead. But, you know, Snake Plissken, Kurt Russell, has just revived my faith in America. Common sense, telling this guy, look, you're going to put them on a list. You're going to take away their rights because they're on a list. You think these people, if you think you're really going to keep them from getting a gun because they can't go in and buy one retail, you think they can't get a gun? Give me a break. Give me a break. And he points out, of course, they can do bombs pretty easily. They can use cars. Where I used to live in North Carolina, we had a Muslim drive a car into a crowd. They didn't report that too much because UNC loves the Muslim community. They had, kumbaya parties after 9/11. But that's the reality of things.
Another GOP debate is upon us. A time to see how much attention will statements impact.
What the hell is going on? Water filtration system that is like no other. The election.
Fox News has been very clear about its agenda against Black Lives Matter. In fact, they're pushing to name Black Lives Matter as a terrorist hate group. Now, Bill O'Reilly has done numerous segments about Black Lives Matter, and in the latest, he's speaking with Mary Catherine Ham about a chant that he heard at a rally in Missouri. Now, take a look at what he has to say about it.
Just hours after Deputy Darren Goforth was murdered in Houston, allegedly by a black man, there was an anti-police demonstration at the Minnesota State Fair by Black Lives Matter.
Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon.
Is Black Lives Matter a hate group?
No, I mean, you mean like neo-Nazis or Aryan Nation or Klan or even...
I think they're a hate group. They hate police officers.
Well, they have strong feelings about...
No, they hate them. They want them dead. These people, after the death, the murder of this deputy, went out and...
Why I am playing this is this comes from the Young Turks. They do this all the time, and you are watching them literally editing. They are literally editing a conversation and putting the whole damn thing out of context to put it into their frame of mind. Because that's what we see. Each time you see appeal, because you'll see appeal, it's a video. It's called a video appeal, and we'll do this again. I want you to see this.
Black Lives Matter.
Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon. Pigs in a blanket, fry like bacon.
Is Black Lives Matter a hate group?
No, I mean, you mean like neo-Nazis or Aryan Nation or Klan or even...
I think they're...
See that peel? That is a video peel used with the video editor to edit this conversation.
They're a hate group. They hate police officers.
Well, they have strong feelings about...
No, they hate them. They want them dead.
They just did it again.
These people, after the death, the murder of this deputy, went out and said, we want more police officers killed.
There it was again.
Well, you're giving these people the benefit of the doubt.
What I'm saying...
My question is, are they a hate group? Mary Catherine.
No, I do not think they're a hate group. Here's the thing, though. If they use the standard that the left uses for groups on the right when categorizing hate groups, then yes, they would be.
Okay, so note that they want to define Black Lives Matter as a hate group because of some people who used a chant that, honestly, I don't think they should have used. So pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. They shouldn't be using chants like that because it gives fodder to people on Fox News to label them the way that they've labeled them. Now, do I care what Fox News thinks? Not necessarily, but I care about what kind of messaging that leads to in society, right? And what people are going to paint these activists as.
Well, you know, quite honestly, when you think about it, all mainstream media is the same. And I see these people as no different. You know, I check out their stuff every now and again just to see what kind of bullshit rhetoric they're trying to feed us. But these people over here at Young Turks, they are the same rhetoric, but from a rather confused mentality that sometimes I go, excuse me, am I watching the National Enquirer? So let's continue just a little bit. And then I'm going to move on because this isn't worth any of our time. I just wanted to express a point here.
They're not a hate group. Some people might be misguided in the way that they're trying to get their message out. But the way that Fox News is covering this is absolutely ridiculous, especially when you consider some of the rhetoric used on Fox News and some of the actions taken by Fox News viewers as a result of that. One example would be the way Bill O'Reilly has covered George Tiller in the past and how that led to someone going into George Tiller's clinic and shooting and killing him.
I'm going to tell Black Lives Matter that they should go further. Here's what I mean. Don't use any violent imagery, chants, etc. Of course, that's counterproductive. Of course, I agree with it.
All right, so let's actually discuss with a whole bunch of presentations I have lined up into Black Lives Matter. Now, I am not racist whatsoever. You know, my daughter, she is dating a black man. It more than likely looks like they might end up getting married. I'm not racist. I'm a sand nigger myself. Third generation from Syria. I'm not racist. But, when I see racist groups, there's nothing, there is no difference between these people at Black Lives Matter or KKK. It's just, it's just the same thing with a different thing. The same thing with a different color. Martin Luther King and maybe even Malcolm X would probably be spitting in their graves right now watching what's going on right now. I respect both of those men greatly. And some of the stuff they said. Now, Malcolm X was a little more hateful. Well, he was quite a bit more hateful, but still doesn't matter. It wasn't anything like what we're seeing today. We are not seeing an actual division created by the actual blacks and the whites. It's a division being created between the blacks and the whites and the Mexicans and the Arabs and everybody else. And that division is not being created by any of those actual groups. It's being created by the government and the mass media itself. I don't know. I remember the day CNN came online long time ago for the first day, 24-hour news network, and they were floundering, and then the first hit on Iraq happened. And they had a whole bunch of stuff to talk about for, a couple of months. And then they ran out of stuff to talk about and then just started doing sensationalism. Fox News does the same. CNN does the same. MSNBC does the same. They all do the same thing. They run out of crap to talk about, so they do sensationalism. So, what I do each day, unless there is something major that I can actually report on, is I go look at all these videos and all this stuff that people send to me, and I line them up in a playlist, and after I go at least look at least a portion of it to make sure I'm not getting, buttle trolled or something, and put this together and run these news rolls because, some people don't find this stuff or see this stuff or whatever. But there's just a never-ending and continuing pile of BS going on out there on the internet that you're not going to stop. So you have to make up your own decision. I'm not here to make up anyone's mind. I'm just trying to give as many sides of the story as I can within my own moral sector. And whatever, and then, people got to do this. Well, I'm not Republican or Democrat. I guess you would call me a conservative. A constitutional conservative, I guess, would be the word. I don't know. But anyway, to continue, I'm going to... with this next piece here.
It's a lot of
Here we
people
go.
for standing here. I asked him a question. I said, can we sit here and eat? And he said that he will arrest me for trespassing. Do you see this? Oh my goodness, are you serious? Are you serious?
She ain't did nothing.
We were told to do a job. We're here to do a job.
I know the manager of the store. We just talked to the manager. The manager said
it won't be no problem, child. Just so it won't be no problem. We don't need
but
nobody
this is
going to jail.
see, that's
or
the
nothing.
manager.
I ain't the manager. I'm just the one over the store right now. I'm just saying.
I told you why. I'm conducting an investigation.
Wow. She ain't
anything wrong. I'm eating.
I told you why I was here.
But they
I'm
said
here
it's
at a lawful.
okay.
I'm here at a lawful
But they
investigation.
said
I don't care what they say.
Not right.
I cannot believe this right now.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Take you out.
The sergeant's on his way.
She did just come out the store.
Not right.
She just came out the store.
Oh, okay. Not right.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. She just bought her food in that store, and we watched her purchase her food.
God,
she
I'm
was
getting
finna,
harassed
she's gonna
for buying
leave.
the dog.
They said they didn't call nobody.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to leave, or I'm going to lock you up for a piece of stuff.
Did he just hurt my door? Are you seriously just threatening to arrest people for no reason?
Causing people to gather by being loud. You want to go? We can make this.
Make sure you got some film. This officer asked you to leave a lot, right?
Okay, yeah, we finna go.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I asked him a question and he said to no, I'm talking to you. Are you serious right now?
Yes, I'm serious.
What is wrong with y'all?
You need to turn around for yourself.
Are you serious? All I did was ask a question.
Ma'am, he's not going to answer right now.
But okay, and you can say that you don't have to threaten to arrest someone because they asked a question.
He's not going to answer.
Because I have the right to talk. Why are you being an asshole?
That's right.
It is. It is on film. I have no shame in showing that.
Let's go.
Y'all are some fucking assholes with a badge. That's crazy. I am walking away. I can walk on the sidewalk and I can talk.
Leave the property or you're going to get locked up on a piece of disturbance.
You a fucking asshole.
In this video, I'm going to show you.
So you see, I mean, you know, that entire thing made no sense at all. At all. Whatsoever. Anyway, moving on.
How Black Lives Matter, the group called Black Lives Matter, the organizations that push Black Lives Matter, are really no different than a terrorist organization. Literally, by the definition of the word. You see, the sick part is this. I've noticed and I've read some articles about black people getting pissed off that the recent Paris attacks are taking away from their issues. They're stealing the thunder, so to speak. So these black people who are part of those Black Lives Matter terrorist organization are so damn selfish, they have no care about what happened in France. And not only that, some black guy, some black rapper made a song pretty much saying F Paris. This is how much these people care. So these Black Lives Matter people, the people who are involved in this organization and other groups like this, are really terrorists. And here's why. Terrorism is the use of violence and intimidation in the pursuit of political aims. Now please someone tell me how Black Lives Matter doesn't use violence and intimidation in the pursuit of their political aims. Please tell me how they don't. They absolutely use violence. They burn down cities. They riot. They destroy property. They fight people. They throw bottles at people. They beat people up. They attack people. That's violence. Intimidation. Aside from violence, they harass people. People that have nothing to do with their cause. If the Black Lives Matter movement doesn't like the fact that cops are shooting people, criminals like Mike Brown, after they attack them, then why aren't these people protesting peacefully in front of the police stations? But instead they choose to attack people who have nothing to do with anything, random people in the street, running into brunches and restaurants, yelling at the top of their lungs, intimidating people with screaming and all this other stuff, getting in people's faces. These people are terrorists. So the Black Lives Matter movement is a terrorist organization, and any other group that's like the Black Lives Matter organization. These are terrorists. By the definition of the word terrorism, these are terrorists. End of story. There's no question about it. And they want to talk about white fragility. Excuse me, they're the ones who are fragile. In fact, this entire movement's based on black fragility. That one single word, if it's even said, which I think no one called these people these things, make them go crazy and go on strikes and use violence and intimidation on people. That's black fragility, if you ask me. You say one thing wrong, you offend these people in any way, they start crying, literally crying, and they start blowing shit up. They start using violence, destroying their own cities and their own businesses, burning down things, looting, intimidating people, fighting people, calling people names and everything like that. These people are terrorists, and they're all about their own feelings. So F Paris, they don't care about Paris. They care about their own little feelings because they have black fragility. They do. And I mean it when I say fragility. Fragility, having the quality of being easily broken or damaged. Now please tell me how these black folks in the Black Lives Matter movement aren't easily broken and damaged. I don't mean physically, but I mean emotionally. You say one thing that offends them, they break down and cry. They get their feelings hurt. Their feelings are damaged. It's pathetic. That's why I'm adding this word, black fragility. And they have the audacity to say that we white people have fragility. How are we fragile? We've endured slavery as well from the Barbie slave trade, jihad for 800 years. We get called cracker and every name in the book. We have classes that say the problem of whiteness. We're the ones who endure all this hatred toward us, and we're supposed to endure it because you guys have black fragility. Black fragility. We have to endure all the violence and intimidation, all the towns being burned down, all these stupid protests that turn into riots because you have black fragility. Black fragility. Here it is. You're the fragile people, not us. We have to endure your nonsense for all these decades now, and you're never happy with anything. These people are never happy. No matter what you do, they're always upset about something. And then people get slaughtered in Paris, and they still get upset. That's how pathetic this group is. These terrorists are childish and they're selfish, and nobody should take these people seriously at all. I don't take them seriously because they're crazy. They're children. And no self-respecting black person, man or woman, should even affiliate themselves or associate themselves with this Black Lives Matter terrorist group, because that's what it is. So folks, like I said, Black Lives Matter is a terrorist organization. It needs to be put on the list. Homeland Security needs to write them down and put them in there because that's where they belong. They've shown all of us that they burn cities down, they attack people, they're violent, they loot, they destroy, and they intimidate people, not only just in one city, but all these other cities across the country. And it's disgusting, it's childish, and it's stupid.
And funded by George Soros.
It has to be put down. So I really hope that the United States government realizes that these people are domestic terrorists and treat them as such. Ooh, I almost forgot a very, very important point that's totally true and no one can refute. Black lives don't matter unless the white devil takes them. You ever notice that? Black people don't care that black on black crime is through the roof. They only care when the white devil takes a black person's life. Yeah, that's what Black Lives Matter is all about. It's an anti-white hate group. That's all it is, and I've shown you it's a terrorist group, and these people need to be put on a list. And if they don't get put on a list, then you can see that the government is allowing this terrorist group to run around. So it's government-sponsored racism and government-sponsored terrorism, and we white folks should not tolerate it at all.
Okay. That's been hidden in plain sight ever since this movement started.
I understand where you're coming from, but a couple really important questions before we move on. One, and I just need, you're in a court of law, yes or no answers. Are you white?
Yes.
Do you have a
I'm
penis?
actually identifying as African American.
That's a yes or no question. Do you have a penis? Glad to be back with you going into the final stretch here. We have a wonderful guest, a lovely guest with us today. You know him from editing Infowars.com. Of course, you see him all over YouTube, all over the Twitter, and he comes to us from across the pond via the interwebs. Paul Joseph Watson, thanks for being on, brother.
Hey, Stephen, good to be back.
I'm glad to have you back. Okay, so we wanted to have you on because you were born a poor black child. because you've been following the Black Lives Matter. And I think it's important to note for people, you can follow me on Twitter or go to the website. Paul Joseph Watson has done a lot of work for a long time. He's very much at the cusp of police brutality, the militarization of police, very much against it, but also sees the hypocrisy in Black Lives Matter, founded by none other than Shaun King. So, Paul, what was your reaction when you heard that, well, let's not sugarcoat it, let's not whitewash it, he's white?
Well, my reaction was much like yours. I think you put out a tweet saying, you know, we've basically known this for a while, that this was a big scandal brewing under the surface, but no one's been politically incorrect enough to directly put the pieces together and point it out. Of course, the first I heard about Shaun King was probably about 6 weeks, 2 months ago, when he had actually blocked me before I even knew who he was. So I was reading the initial blog reports from this Vicky Pate, is that her name? So, you know, I went to check him out, and it's, oh, he's blocked me. I don't even know who he is.
Too white.
So at that point, it was, do I cover this story? Do I put these pieces together, which she had already done to a certain extent? Or is this going to lead to a massive lawsuit? It was, and I mean, you made the same point, and then, of course, Milo puts it all together. But the interesting thing about it is, in this thing you wrote on the Daily Kos, he says that, you know, he only heard questions about who his father was over the past week. That's impossible, because he was blocking people on Twitter 2 months ago who asked about this. So how is that even possible?
He just blocks for, I mean, he blocked me for asking him to come on the show to defend his position. So he just seems to be really...
A while ago.
This was a while ago. Yeah. This was months ago.
This is when we first started questioning.
That's just what he does. He just blocks everybody. I mean, I block someone if they're spamming me, and you get a lot of that, Paul. You know, if someone is just nonstop, you're like, okay, and then they scream censorship. It's you go, no, it's because you left 19 comments repeating yourself that Allah is great, and then I'll be thrown into the lake of fire. So I blocked you. This guy just blocks anyone who disagrees with him. Yeah, there have been questions for a long time, and it seems now just unfolding as he's refused a DNA test, right, to prove that his father was black.
No, I mean, the thing about it is, we knew that these questions were swirling 2 months ago, and he went away on holiday, didn't he, for a while? He disappeared for a week. And then it all comes up over the past week. But the good news is, I think this is a sign that Black Lives Matter is on the decline. You know, there's a poll out today from Rasmussen which says that 64% of black people, black Americans, see, quote, all lives matter as closest to their views, and only 31% see Black Lives Matter as closest to their views. So we've had this rhetoric over the past, 2-3 weeks, saying that anyone who says all lives matter is racist. So I guess that means that 64% of African Americans are now racist.
I didn't even run those numbers, and I'm still processing them because I'm not as intelligent as you, but they seem to check out. I don't have confirmation, but I'll take you at your word.
No, it was a Rasmussen poll that just came out that found that.
Well, I would sooner believe Shaun King when he says, here's what I find so funny about this. He's saying that his father was black, that his mom, basically calling his mom a whore. But even then, she would have had to have slept with the whitest black man that produced an entirely white-looking child. So it's just, here's my, I mean, this guy was a founder, right, spearhead of the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, we're both against police militarization, police brutality. Yeah. But when you hear a story like yesterday, again, coming out of Ferguson, kid aims a gun at a cop shoots. As someone like you who's been at the forefront of police brutality, do you consider that police brutality?
Well, again, this is what Black Lives Matter does. They make icons out of violent criminals, and they ignore the main problem, which is black-on-black violence. In fact, there's a great rant by somebody called Peggy Hubbard, who is an African-American woman, on my Twitter right now. And she basically makes the same point, you know, exactly the same time as this protest was happening in St. Louis, these riots, they were torching vehicles and buildings. A 9-year-old girl was shot in a drive-by shooting while doing her homework. And again, there was a vigil that they did last night, which ended at the place where Michael Brown was shot. But for about 48 hours afterwards, absolutely nothing on this tragic shooting of this 9-year-old girl.
Right.
While they're out basically, you know, rioting, setting cars and buildings ablaze over a criminal who was fleeing from a crack house who pointed a gun at cops. Again, completely ridiculous. And this is why people are abandoning Black Lives Matter in droves, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does a really huge disservice to Black Lives Mattering. I think it gets to the point where people almost listen. I'll be honest. All life is valuable, right? But I think you forfeit your right to life the second you aim a gun at somebody else, be it a cop or someone else, because that person can't know if you plan on pulling the trigger or not. And you've put that person, you've forced them into the situation of me or you. And that's a tough situation for cops. I think you get a lot of jerk cops. But if I'm a cop and someone points a gun at me, okay, now I go, it's me or them, them. And I think that happens so much. We've seen it in Ferguson several times now, and the media's been quick to jump the gun, that I think people who might have once been sympathetic now will paint everyone with that broad brush and go, oh, they're all just behaving like animals, even though there are some good people out there doing some good work. It really seems to have set the black movement in the United States, I don't know what it's like over there in the UK, back a couple of decades.
Well, no, you said at the start of the show, I spent 10 years writing articles and trying to expose police brutality against black people and white people. And this puts me off from doing that in the future because they've associated it with all these criminals, Michael Brown being the foundation of that. But if you actually look at the ideological roots, we talk about Sean King being one of the founders, and he was, but if you actually look at the foundation of Black Lives Matter back in 2012, after the whole Zimmerman thing, it was founded by 3 militant feminists, one of whom is called Alicia Garza. And she writes articles, she gives speeches, and they're repeated at all these Black Lives Matter protests, venerating and basically worshipping the inspiration behind Black Lives Matter, who is a convicted cop killer who is on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list.
Good Lord. Well, hold on. We have to go to a break because I know that you mentioned 3 founders, so we want to cycle on down through them and then, of course, ultimately figure out with a DNA test if they actually had black fathers. Paul Joseph Watson, Louder with Crowder, will come back and bask in his brilliance. Stay tuned. Paul Joseph Watson, thanks for staying with us. Now, before we went, you were going to educate the general public on Black Lives Matter. 3 founders who were feminists. You mentioned the one. I'll let you rattle on down the list before we get to the jokes about Sean King's whiteness.
Well, yeah, 3 major founders, all women, all militant feminists. The primary one, I think, is Alicia Garza. And, of course, this all happened right after the Trayvon Martin shooting in 2012. But her icon, and she cites her in the foundational text of why she created Black Lives Matter, is this individual, this militant feminist again, called Assata Shakur. And she is a convicted cop killer who is on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list. Basically, she was a radical affiliated with the Black Panthers, with the Weather Underground back in the 60s and 70s. She left the Black Panthers because it wasn't violent enough, and she joined the Black Liberation Army. Now, this was a group which, throughout the 70s, carried out numerous terrorist bombings and assassinations targeting police officers. They killed 13 cops in total. She later escaped to Cuba after she was convicted with the help of the Weather Underground. She was given political asylum, and there's still a $2 million bounty out for her. She's on the FBI's most wanted terrorist list. So her whole shtick was about building a black liberation theology movement that would have a race war, a violent shooting war with the cops. And again, this is the ideological roots of Black Lives Matter. This is what the primary founder cites as her icon. And in fact, I saw a video just last night in St. Louis. There were a number of Black Lives Matter protesters, again, quoting her and basically, venerating her as an icon. She's, just go and read about her, Assata Shakur. She's one of the most violent Weather Underground type radicals who came out of the 60s, was convicted, murdered a cop, escaped to Cuba, was given political asylum. And the FBI is still trying to extradite her because she's on the most wanted terrorist list. Okay. That's been hidden in plain sight ever since this movement started.
I understand where you're coming from, but a couple really important questions before we move on. One, and I just need, you're in a court of law, yes or no answers. Are you white?
Yes.
Do you have a
I'm
penis?
actually identifying as African American.
That's a yes or no question. Do you have a penis?
Yes, I'm white. For my sins.
Your Honor, we'd like to disavow of all previous evidence.
That's it. Case closed.
Having been brought to the courts, it's not admissible. You didn't have a search warrant because of your white penis. It really is. It's one of those things where we've hit a point. And I was talking we just had Lawrence on earlier, which actually, thank you for listening to the program. We had Lawrence on earlier. And I hate to say this, and this is going to sound awful. I judge people as individuals, obviously. You come on, we have Gay Jared, who I can't stand. I judge him as an individual. I don't like him for reasons that are, not because he's gay, but because he's Jared and he angers me. But if you're going to look at the United States right now, and they're going to make a generalization, as people do when they're looking at statistical data, I think that the perception right now in the United States of all Americans, particularly white Americans, toward black culture is becoming increasingly negative. I'm not talking about black culture being negative. I'm talking about perception of all non-blacks in the United States with Black Lives Matter. They're looking at Ferguson. They're looking at Baltimore. And I think worse than ever in my lifetime, you're going to have more Americans making the generalization that, okay, this has gotten bad. This is a really bad thing. And that's an entire generation of kids. Like I said, 10 years from now, when you have kids growing up with this, they're going to have these generalizations built into their brains because they grew up with it. Kind of like a lot of people who grew up with the Detroit riots. My concern is that this will breed people to be more prejudiced with future American generations. Am I completely off base? Is that just my ignorant white opinion?
No, I think a lot of prominent black voices have pointed that out. I mean, the former mayor of Atlanta, Andrew Young, pointed that out. He marched with Martin Luther King. He was the architect of some of the civil rights laws in the 60s, and he's basically saying the same thing as you. So when you've got Black Lives Matter protesters interrupting Bernie Sanders, and it's the liberal socialist Bernie Sanders supporters that are heckling them, then that tells you everything you need to know. In fact, this poll out today, only 11% of Americans identify with Black Lives Matter. So I infer from that they've got 11% support in America. According to what you read in the media, it would be a majority, and anyone who doesn't support them is a racist. But according to the poll, 11% of Americans and a minority of African Americans, 31%, support Black Lives Matter.
That is something that definitely you would think that sort of all black Americans would think, okay, Black Lives Matter. I mean, it's a title. Of course, by the way, no one's denying that black lives do matter. That's the problem with language. Well, you don't support it, so you don't think black. Of course, I think Black Lives Matter. I think any lives matter. It's the hashtag that I'm against. Yeah. And we've reached a point where we're talking about this earlier, where the quickest route to success in the United States is victimhood, whether it's transgender victimhood, whether it's, gay people and a Christian bed and breakfast said you can't do your honeymoon here victimhood, whether it's I'm a woman and I feel like I'm not making enough money victimhood, or Sean King trying to be black, or Rachel Dolezal trying to be black to get scholarships victimhood. We played this clip earlier from Chris Rock saying, you want to know how bad it is to be a black person in America? No one would trade spaces with me, none of you white people, and I'm rich. You're seeing a lot of this now. Do you think it's going to get worse, or do you think these are just two sort of anomalies like Rachel Dolezal and Sean King, and that's it? They're just these freak shows and it doesn't really happen a whole lot.
I think it's going to get worse, especially with Twitter. I mean, there's a statistic like 25% of black people on the internet are on Twitter. So they've created such a powerful echo chamber, which again influences white liberals, taking a selfie with a black person and posting the hashtag Black Lives Matter. That's trendy. That will get you complete social acceptance. But drawing attention to the fact that, 93% of blacks are killed by other blacks, drawing attention to millions of aborted black babies, that will make you a racist and an extremist. That's not trendy. It's not socially acceptable to even raise those points. So actually caring about black lives is not cool. Pretending to care while in fact not really giving a damn, that's cool and trendy. And it's it gives you social brownie points. So as long as that perception continues, it's going to get worse, in my view.
You're going to get letters for saying brownie points. You know that.
Well, didn't they ban brown paper bags in Seattle because they were racist?
I would have thought they banned it because they want you to carry your own bags, like for eco reasons. But that would be hilarious.
I think there was another reason that it was perhaps offensive.
Well, I think there's a term, the brown paper bag test, or from David Allen Greer, and that he said, like, Barack Obama's not black. He doesn't even pass the brown paper bag test. And he literally put him up right next to a brown paper bag for skin pigment. And I wonder if that's maybe what it is. It sort of became a cultural meme. It is a weird time where we're in. Let me ask you this point blank. Do you believe Sean King's story now that his mom was a floozy and that she had an affair with a black man? Do you believe that?
I don't believe it on the basis of that comparison picture between him and his, quote, white father, because they look almost identical. I think it's more likely, it's true, I think it's more likely he's invented that because he immediately responded to the initial claims by leaping into victimhood, talking about this car crash and this, hate crime assault, which didn't really happen the way he said it did. So then he went a step further and again leapt into this whole, family trauma tragedy. I don't know. I mean, in a sense, I hope it is true and that this whole matter's put to bed because I think it's kind of run its course now. But just those little deceptions, the fact that he claims, oh, I only heard about this a week ago when it's been going on for 2 months, kind of raises suspicions.
Oh, I don't want this thing. This is just too funny as a comedian. I want this gravy train to keep on going. I mean, Rachel Dolezal, we dined out on that for weeks. The sideshow Bob hairdo and a spray tan, and it fooled the NAACP. This guy put on a Clark Gable stash and got a buzz cut.
Well, I mean, what's funny about it is, we were all doing this trying to expose a suspected white man for stealing money and scholarships from black people, allegedly.
Right.
And yet we were the racists for trying to expose what we thought might be a white person actually harming black people. That's what's funny about it. And then they doubled down. Even like Vox put out an article saying, well, Rachel Dolezal, that was acceptable. I think it is acceptable to identify as transracial. So they even went back to that debunked thing, which we laughed about for weeks, to try and justify this. So where it goes from here, I don't know. But obviously it's going to provide a lot more material for you, so you're going to hope it continues.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, with the transracial thing, when Vox did that, I was going, okay. If Rachel Dolezal were a conservative, they wouldn't be saying this. The transracial thing is only allowable if you're a liberal, because they will claim she's more black than Larry Elder, than Alfonso Rachel, than Lawrence Jones, who we just had on. They will claim that she's more black because she identifies as black, and then they'll say that these conservative black people aren't black. That's the thing. It's like you said, it's rich white liberals telling black people what they should be. And black leadership, like Lawrence was saying, I think a lot of black people want jobs. Of course, but they've been told Republicans don't support you because they don't support welfare. That's what the Democrat talking point is. When they're talking about helping black people, they're talking about welfare. And I hear this and I go, my God, this is incredibly racist. And I think it's just sort of been accepted because it's been repeated so long. And I'm going, nobody should think that they need welfare. That shouldn't be a talking point for them. It should be how to create jobs for everyone. That should be across the board a good sell. You think it's just like the feminists? Do you think it's rich white liberals who are sort of directing the Black Lives Matter movement, and people like Sean King, well, who is a rich white liberal, you think they just fall in line?
Well, it's definitely rich white liberals now. I mean, there's something out amongst the leftist media now saying that, oh, the whole thing about George Soros being behind the movement has been debunked. That's fake. Well, no, it's not. If you actually look at the Ella Baker group, the foundation where, Van Jones came out of, which basically coddled those 3 militant feminist Black Lives Matter founders. That's openly, funded and supported by George Soros. These other groups are. So it is being directed by those kind of people. We've proven that. Going back to the transracial thing, there was a leftist journalist who put a tweet out that said, part of white supremacy is the idea that white people get to define who is black. It's a form of power. But that's what Sean King was doing. So it makes absolutely no sense. So,
well, here's the thing. I think the ultimate, because Jared was asking, do you think it changes the story if he genuinely thought he was black? And I talked about this with Lawrence, and then we'll have to go so you can have the final word. I really don't, because I don't think anyone looked at Sean.
All right, I'm pausing this up right now, and we got some other stuff coming up if I don't get any calls, but the lines are open. Area code 702-605-4277. I tried to do a call-in show at least once a week, and a lot of people are way behind. And what happens is people that just are tuning in, they can be 10, 20, 30 minutes behind. I'm just running some stuff around the net that I find interesting, and I had some dude that said rectify, just says this is random. This isn't random at all. Anybody that actually gets my style, that isn't knee deep in a case of beer, understands there is a point to all this. I'm funneling information into a point. And the reason I funnel information into a point is I'm trying to give a whole bunch of sides here and then draw everything down into a final point in which we can have a discussion about. So I'm going to go ahead and open the lines now if you want to call. I will continue to play the rest of these that I have until we start getting calls. Whoops.
Form of power. Well, that's what.
Until I start getting more calls, or until I start getting any calls whatsoever, because people are way, 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 way behind anyway. So that's the gist. So anyway, we're going to jump into the Cincinnati, Ohio Donald Trump thing. If you have anything to say about all the stuff we've been talking about for the whole week, you're welcome to call in. I put out a video that it didn't viral out, but it got a whole bunch of hits over LaBoy's Pocket. I'd love to hear other people's comments on that, etc., etc. I didn't put that out there as the authority. I put that out there as what I saw, hoping other people would see that. I would love to see way better pictures on that, and at least some backed up, so we can see more photographic context. Context is important. So and Chaos View, they went and looked at it. He made some very good points, and I agree with some of his points. But what I did is I brought, I had the photos I had, and that's what I looked at, and that's what I saw. Anyway, so this is the Cincinnati, Ohio Town Hall event. And I'm going to skip up until the Don actually gets up there. Wow, that hurt my ears. Sorry.
I've been talking about for years. Sit down.
All right, here you go.
A lot of people. I couldn't believe it, but we have that all over. I mean, we get these crowds that are incredible. And there's tremendous love and there's tremendous everything going on. It's incredible because we're going to take our country back. We're going to make our country great again. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And it's been amazing what's going on. So we have a big, big, big election. So Tuesday you have to get to the polls. You have to vote. It's so important. They're talking. Thank you. And I'll vote for you. Someday I vote for you. But we have to do it, otherwise we're just wasting a lot of time. Honestly, we just waste time. Ohio has plenty of problems, believe me. Believe me, your real estate taxes are through the roof. And you know what they did is they tried not to raise taxes, but they raised everybody's real estate taxes, so the tax increase is absolutely a disaster. And your governor, as you know, voted, when he was a congressman, voted for NAFTA, which is absolutely... Ohio has never, ever come back from that. And yesterday I was in Cleveland, and you had Ford left, and you had Eaton left on the other side. Yeah, sit down, everybody. What the hell? Just sit down. Sit down. We could be here for a long time. I love it, man. We'll be here for a while. I think I have to come back because, in fact, what we're doing... Thank you. Now, I have to come back, take care of some of those people, though. I feel badly. when you have that many people being turned away. That's, well, in one way, it's good, right? Because it means they love you. In another way, it's a little bad. Now, the other candidates do not have this problem. They have empty seats all over the place, okay? They don't have this problem. So Kasich voted, as you know, for NAFTA, and now he wants to vote for Trans-Pacific, which is TPP, which is going to be worse than NAFTA, where all of the things that I've been talking about for years, monetary manipulation, it's what they do with the devaluation makes it impossible for our businesses to compete. All of these countries are going in, and believe me, China's lurking in the background. They're watching. They're not in it, but they're watching, and they're going to go in through the back in a couple of years, and they'll steal it all. So you better be careful, and I hope they don't approve it, but Kasich is in favor of it. No good. Now, today I watched him on television, and I like John. You know, he's a nice guy, but he said, did you see some of Trump's speeches? No, I haven't seen them. Oh, he's the only person in America that hasn't seen them. And so I said, did you see him? No. Well, I don't really watch television. When I watch television, I only watch Golf Channel. I don't watch the news. I don't watch politics. I said, wait a minute. We all like Golf Channel too, but you're running for president. The only thing he watches on television is Golf Channel. So he's not going to do the job, okay? Not going to do the job. We have so many problems with this country. We have so many problems, and we're going to make this country so great, so strong. We're going to build up our military. And we're not going to use our military. We're not going to have to use our military, hopefully. But nobody's going to mess with us. We're going to take care of our vets. The vets are very important. They're our great people. We got to take care of our vets, right? These are great, great people. Thank you, Don. I love that sign. Look at that beautiful sign. Thank you. Boy, that's incredible. I tell this story, and it's sort of an amazing story, but a very, very good friend of mine is a very successful guy, and he always, he hears about how many people you're speaking in front of today, Don. I said 21,000 people in Dallas, 35,000 people a couple of weeks ago in Alabama. He said, how do you do that? This is one of the most successful guys. And I said, you know, I don't really know, and I'm not a big note person. I don't read speeches because I don't like to. I do. It's easier to read speeches, but you want to put everyone to sleep, just read speeches, right? Plus, you can't comment on things like Golf Channel, you know, with Kasich, with Golf Channel, because you don't put that in the speech because it's too current. I just heard it a couple of hours ago. But he said, how do you do it? And I really mean this. There's such love in these stadiums and these rooms, and there's such love. They took this room just very quickly because we just wanted to come up here and say hello. You know, I used to work in Cincinnati, and it's true. The Queen City. I love Cincinnati. But I worked here, and I tell the story. I wrote about it in, I think, The Art of the Deal, but I wrote about it, and it was great. Am I right? And it was a great feeling. My father and I, we bought a job called Swifton Village, and it was very sick. It had, I think, 1,164 units, and I spent my entire summers, 2 summers, working. I loved the job. I loved Cincinnati, I must tell you. I really loved it. And we bought it for very little from FHA, Federal Housing, and sold it for a big profit. And we got out and we sold it, and now I know the area hasn't been very good, but at least we were able to predict that. But I tell you, it was a great experience. It's sort of like a baseball player gets the first hit, or a golfer sinks the first 3-foot putt or something, and it gave you confidence because it was, I was very young when I did that job, and it was my baby, and it was just an amazing experience. And I just loved the whole deal. And then I also got very familiar with the people of Kentucky. And, you know, do we have people? Yeah. But I loved them. And by the way, who won Kentucky recently, right? Right? Trump. So, but I used to drive as a young guy. I used to drive. Well, it adds excitement, doesn't it, folks? You know, you really ask, what are they doing, right? What are they? It's the same thing everywhere. You know, sometimes not so much. We had one yesterday where you had 7 or 8 incidents where they'd stand up and they'd say, oh, something, and everybody shouts them down. And, it's fine. Honestly, in certain ways, it makes it more exciting, okay, to be honest. It does. Makes it more exciting. We might have a couple of more. Anybody else want to stand up right now? So anyway, it's a shame that we wasted 2 tickets, though. 2 tickets where we have all those great people outside. It's a shame. But I used to drive to Kentucky Friday nights. I'd spend time in Kentucky, true. And I just had a great time there. I mean, I loved Kentucky, and it was so amazing. You know, when I went out and when I did this, I was not supposed to win Kentucky, right? And did I win in a landslide? We won. We won in a landslide. So they must have remembered me in Kentucky when I was young, and they said, we're going to give him our vote, but it was amazing. But Ohio is so important. That Tuesday vote is so important because if we can do that, I think we're going to do great in Florida. Polls came out in Florida today, which are fantastic. Now, who knows? But who knows? I mean, I think we're going to do very well. Look, they have an absentee senator. He's absentee, totally. He's got one of the worst voting records in the last 25 years in the Senate. He doesn't vote. You know, they put him in. He's a young guy. They put him in, and he goes out. You know who I'm talking about, right? Who am I talking about? Little Marco. Marco. But he got a little nasty with me for a while, but that's okay. He got nasty. They all get nasty, and then you end up winning, and you just forget about him. We got nasty with him, too. You know, in the last debate, my daughter and my wife, they said, just let them say whatever they want. Let them all say whatever they want. Act presidential. I said, I can't do that. I can't do that. When they come at you, you have to go back. Don't we agree? I mean, what are you going to do, stand there? You can't do it. You have to hit them back. And you hit them hard enough, all of a sudden they collapse. Think of it. Every person, we started off with 17. Now we're down to a few, and I'm certainly a couple are getting out very soon. But including the governor here didn't win one state yet. And he's not allowed. He didn't qualify. I don't know. Is this a big story? It doesn't seem to be a big story. I don't understand it. He didn't qualify in Pennsylvania. He didn't have the signatures. Does anyone know that? It was just announced he didn't qualify in Pennsylvania. So if he doesn't qualify in Pennsylvania, he shouldn't be running on Tuesday, right? I mean, I think. So anyway, hey, look, that's his problem. Hopefully we can just beat him. Who cares if he qualifies in Pennsylvania? But he is somebody, and he's been very nice to me. I've been very nice to him. But he does this nice, this nice routine. Yeah, I want to be the grown-up in the room. I want to be. But he didn't start out that way. Do you remember the first 2 debates? He came at me. Oh, and I said, wait a minute, what's this? And he came at me viciously. And I'm telling you. And that's why I remember. Because, now he's been the last probably 6 or 7 or 8 debates. He's been going, well, I'm the guy that's the grown-up. I want to be really nice. Take a look at the first 2 debates. Remember when I went after him? I said, you ran Lehman Brothers into the ground and it almost destroyed the world. Don't tell me about that. And all of a sudden he sort of shut up. But he was vicious, which is okay. He's a governor. He's supposed to be a little bit vicious, right? But now he's, playing the good guy. And then I had some commercials done in New Hampshire. So I'm up in New Hampshire, which I won also. I love New Hampshire. I love those people. I love New Hampshire. The problem, New Hampshire has a big problem. And I told him I'm going to take care of this problem. New Hampshire has a tremendous problem with heroin. Can you believe it? New Hampshire is such a beautiful place. It's so pristine, so, the trees and the beautiful little roads and the countryside. And you go into, groups like this, large, 1,500 people, 500 people. Every single time you ask a group, what's your big problem? In New Hampshire, they say heroin and drugs. And you don't see it. It doesn't go. Here, too. Here, too. Here, too. All right, here, too. Oh, we're going to build the wall, folks. Don't worry about it. We're going to build the wall. Think of it. We get the drugs, they get the money. Not a good deal, right? Not a good deal. No, we're going to build a wall, and Mexico's going to pay for the wall. It's very simple. Look, here's the story. Here's the story. Mexico going to pay $58 billion in trade. That's our imbalance. $58 billion a year. That's our imbalance. People don't know that. And these senators come up, Marco and Lion Ted. You know Lion Ted? He walks in, holds up the Bible, and I'm beating him. I'm just killing him with evangelicals because they don't like liars. Oh, they don't like liars. He comes in with the Bible, holds it up high, puts it down, and then he lies. I mean, I call him Lion Ted. And you know why he hasn't? He was supposed to win South Carolina because I think it's 68% evangelical. And Trump got the evangelicals. And that was the day after the Pope scolded me. But the Pope was told by Mexico that Trump wants to stop the border, and the Pope didn't like that. And the Pope really, I said, you know, sort of interesting. So I'm getting ready. They're getting ready for the vote in South Carolina. And my people come up, Mr. Trump, we have a problem. This is the day before the vote. And I say, what? What's the problem? They said, it's the Pope. I said, the Pope? I said, that's a big problem, right? The Pope. I like the Pope. I do like the Pope. I said, why? What did I do with the Pope? I said, let me ask you, is it a good thing or a bad thing? They said, not good. So the Pope hit me because he didn't like the fact that we're going to close up the borders. And people are going to come in, but they're going to come in legally. They got to come in legally. Okay. So... And the drugs that are poisoning our youth, they're not coming in, folks. They're not coming in. So anyway, okay, that's a long story. So I get this thing, and they say the Pope, and because he was with Mexico, and I like Mexico, and I have a lot of respect for their leadership, much smarter than our leadership, and that's why, I mean, we can't make good deals because our leaders are not smart when it comes to trade. Minor things like trade, military, healthcare, Common Core, all these things. You know, they're not too good at any of it, okay? They're not good at anything. You want to know the truth. But so I get a call, say, the Pope. So then I saw the Pope was sort of angry because he was told by Mexico that I wanted closed borders. The Pope didn't know that tremendous crime is coming across the border, that drugs are pouring across the border, and just didn't know. I mean, he would, and the next day he was so nice. The next day the Pope was so terrific, and he did something. He issued something. I don't think it was exactly an apology. I don't want an apology, but he was great. We went to the polls, and I won South Carolina in a massive landslide. And Lion Ted got very few votes, and that was supposed to be his. That was supposed to be his deal. But people don't know. They just don't like it when people lie. You remember with Ben Carson, by the way, who endorsed me yesterday, which was great. And remember in Iowa where Ben Carson was running, and you know, all of a sudden the rumor was going out all over the place that he left the race. He didn't leave the race. Lion Ted said he left the race. He's not, and so vote for him. And you can't do that. You know, you can't do that. And then right after the election, he went and apologized to Ben. A lot of good that does. They should have disqualified him. You want to know the truth. They actually should have disqualified him. And they had it down many different ways. So anyway, so we're going to run, and we're going to do some incredible things, and we're going to bring our country back, and we're going to bring it back in every aspect. And frankly, Hillary is a disaster, by the way. You know that, a disaster. And despite all of the stuff you see with Bernie, it's not going to be Bernie. It's going to be Hillary. But unless the FBI does its thing, because she's got a problem. Anybody else, look at all the people that were so badly hurt by doing much less than she did, including General Petraeus, a good guy, destroyed. He was destroyed for doing much less than what she did. So let's see what happens. I'm sort of predicting that certainly they would have done it already if they're going to do it. How can they let her run and then all of a sudden do it? So let's see what happens. But I know she's probably doing okay. Did you ever see anybody embrace President Obama like she's embracing him? Oh, the president is great. He's great. We love this plan. We love that plan. We love everything. She loves everything. TPP, interestingly, she originally liked it. Now she doesn't like it. She wants, you know, and then if he wants it, she's going to want it again. So I don't know what his, if you know his position, you know, his position is I like it. So I assume she likes it.
because everything that he wants. Now, why is she being so nice to the president? You know they didn't like each other for years, right? So why? Do you know? That's right. That's right. She wants to... Yeah. For him? Oh, that's interesting. Well, you know, hey, he might just executive order himself into that position. You never know. I mean, nobody ever heard of executive orders until this guy came along. And he doesn't do it where you get a group of people in the room and you make the deals. And you always make good deals for your side, but you make like Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. But anyway, so look, we have so many problems. One of the problems actually is that problem, Supreme Court. If a Democrat gets in, you already lost in losing Scalia. That was a terrible thing because he was a great guy. But nobody ever thought that was going to happen. I mean, that came out of the blue. They were thinking others that were older, and they were thinking others, all of us, and that's the way life is. Things happen. You have no idea it's going to happen. That's the way life is. So we lost Scalia. So now, whoever the new president is could actually get up to 4 and maybe even 5 Supreme Court justices. So let's assume that Hillary gets in, and she's going to put, well, no, if you don't, and I'll tell you what, a guy like Ted Cruz can never beat her in the general election. Never, in a million years, will never beat her. But she gets in, she's going to appoint 4 or 5 judges. You will never, as a country, recover from that. That's one of the most important things. In fact, some people are angry. You know, I used to be establishment. I was a big contributor and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden I said, run. And they said, Donald's running. He's not going to want our money. And if he doesn't want our money, he's not going to listen to us. I'm self-funding my campaign, folks, and they're not happy about it. They are not happy about it. Because when the pharmaceutical companies, which give millions and millions of dollars to these senators, when all these people and all these companies, you know, they give it to the lobbyists and through the lobbyists and the special interests, the pharmaceutical companies, you look at oil and gas, everything is controlled in Washington. So when I said I'm running, when was the last time you saw somebody run where they said, I'm self-funding? Did you ever remember anybody? No. Did you ever remember? In Washington, they have lobbyists, and they have, like, Rubio up on their forehead. It's emblazoned. I take care of Rubio. I take care of Cruz. They have these people. They're lobbyists. They're very good. You got to pay them a lot of money, and they go in and they get you what you need. You know, usually they get you what you need. But these guys are totally controlled. Like the drug industry does very little bidding. They bid like, you know, they get like, if you go to the drugstore and buy drugs to make you better, right? I mean, you're paying the same price. The United States is the largest drug buyer in the world. Wouldn't you think we'd be able to buy pretty well? We don't buy. We don't bid. And then you look at it, you know, people like Woody Johnson of Johnson & Johnson was in charge of Jeb Bush's campaign. So what would happen if Jeb got in? Jeb didn't make it. I guess you probably heard that Jeb didn't make it. But he says, low energy. We don't need low energy, folks. We need very strong energy. When you see China, when you see the way I've done great deals with China, I've made a lot of money with China. When you see China coming at you, and you see Japan coming at you, and you see Mexico, you saw Vicente Fox the other day, right? Where he used the F-bomb. Nobody reported it. They didn't care if he used the F-bomb. Can you imagine if I said what he said? I told people this morning it would be the electric chair. I wouldn't be here right now. It's true. But he said, we will not pay for the wall, which made me actually happy because 2 years ago he said, we won't allow a wall to be built. So now we've already got the first. He's allowing a wall. But he said, we will not pay for the you-know-what wall, right? And they're going to pay. And the reason they're going to pay, very simple, with the kind of money that we lose on Mexico in trade, with a trade imbalance, when you have a trade imbalance of $58 billion a year, a $10 billion wall is peanuts, right? So when these guys come off the stage, you don't really mean that Mexico's going to pay for the wall. I said, of course they're going to pay for the wall. But Vicente Fox was so angry when he did that interview. I don't know, I think it was with CNN. Was it with CNN? They're all back there. Look at them. What a lot of... The most dishonest. You know who's really dishonest? The New York Times. They write stories. They never even call me.
You know, you don't even have, they write stories, they're so inaccurate. They don't care. It's a badly run newspaper. It's it's failing. It's going to be, well, it'll either be out of business or a very rich person will buy it and just have it as a lavalier. But the New York Times is the worst newspaper. They do a big story. They won't even call you for a comment. They don't care. And when you call them because you want to comment, like I had a person recently for something, call, no, we don't want your comment. We don't want to comment. They write a story. And then it's all wrong, and they couldn't care less if it's wrong. That's why I said we have to do something with the libel laws, folks. You have to, when you're libeled, you have to be able to go and sue a newspaper and get them to change, and in addition to that, get some money. Now, that's not freedom of speech. That's not to change. All we want is for them to be honest. But when you have a dishonest newspaper like the New York Times, you have to be able to sue them. You have to be able to do it because the level of dishonesty, and that's why I talk about so many of them, but the level of dishonesty of the press is beyond belief. Far greater than you would ever think. Believe me, because you don't see it as much. I see it. I see it. They do stories that are so bad, that are so wrong, and knowingly wrong. They do it for headlines. They do it for whatever. And they're all having a hard time. You know, they're losing money. But a lot of them are losing money because people have given up on them. Like, for instance, I go around, and whenever I talk about the media, the place always stands up and boos the hell out of the media. They're less popular than politicians, which is pretty amazing when you think of it. So this forum is really cool. I haven't done this in a while. I love doing this. I love this forum. The problem is you don't get that many people in the room. That's, you know, it's got to be a little more intimate, but I love doing this forum. So what I want to do is we'll take some questions, and then I'm going to come back because we're going to have to do a much larger room because I feel so guilty about what we have over there. I mean, really feel guilty about all the people outside, many of whom we told to just leave, I'll come back. Even if I come back after the election, I'm coming back, okay? Well, let me put it this way. If I win, I know I'm coming back. If I lose, maybe not. Okay, go ahead. Nice hat. Cincinnati. Oh, we love Cincinnati. What do you think? Hey, by the way, Pete Rose, let him in, right?
Right, yeah.
What are they doing?
Mr. Trump.
You know, before you start, wait. Charlie Hustle, right? So I watched him, and he was a great player. And it's so ridiculous. Don't you think he's paid the price? First of all, he didn't bet on he bet that he would win, not on the other team or anything, right? But look, he's not supposed to do it. It's a terrible thing, all that stuff. How long has he been waiting? Like 30 years, 35 years? He's got more hits than anybody. He was so good. I still remember when he went into second base and he took out Doug Harrelson, right? Right? That was the name of the second baseman. Good. That means still good. But, you know, we got to let Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame. And, you know, Charlie Hustle, if I were the commissioner, honestly, I would do it. He would be so popular. I have never met a group, even people that just used to root against him, which was hard to do because he was really good. But even people that used to root against him, they'd say, let him in. And I don't know what Major League Baseball is doing. Who cares? But let Pete Rose into the Hall of Fame. Do you agree with that? Better agree. Okay, go ahead. This guy agrees. I can tell you with that hat on.
I love you, Donald Trump, man. You're the future of America.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I just real quick. I've been waiting 17 hours to see you today. I got here.
Unbelievable.
I got here at 11 o'clock last night. I was the very first one here. I just wanted to know, and I didn't get front row. I'm in the second row. But with that said,
were they here before you? No. Right? That's pretty good.
I would love to get a picture with you before I leave
today. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Right over here.
Hi, I'm Robin from Cincinnati Soldier Support, and I have a very special person here with us today, Mr. Keith Maupin, and I think everybody in this room knows who Mr. Maupin is.
Where?
Mr. Keith Maupin. Keith, stand up.
Hey, Keith.
I'm going to let Keith ask the question.
A lot of courage, right?
Keith is a veteran, and his son was captured in Iraq, and he was killed. And Keith would like to ask you a question, because we all know that you support our veterans, POWs.
More than anybody
and
by
everyone
far.
else. Mr. McCain, he went through years of trying to get his son back. John McCain would not help him. We know that you would help our POWs.
John McCain has not helped a lot of people like he should. That I can tell you. That's true. Go ahead. How are you doing? How are you? Nice to see you. Go ahead.
I come here because you made a comment to John McCain.
Okay.
That you don't think that captured soldiers are heroes.
Oh, no.
Doubt. And he has none. He says
true.
he's totally overwhelmed. And he says we got to get the soldiers who are unemployed, who don't have jobs. He said, I would love to have them help me to deal with this. And there's nobody else. And one other quick thing. We need a new first lady since Nancy's gone.
Okay, well. So, that is such a big problem, and I hear it from so many different people. And also, I mean, the big problem is with the VA. It's horribly run. It's a corrupt enterprise. It's really corrupt. And you look at what's going on in Phoenix with the VA, it's a disaster, a complete disaster. We're going to take care of the problem. They are having a tremendous problem with that. I fully know it. I fully understand it. We're going to do something about it. We have no choice. We have to do something about it. The truth is, we have to treat our veterans much, much better. Our veterans are not being treated right. Thank you, man. Thank you. How about over there, the young man in the middle? Go ahead. You get up together? Good. I like that. You know each other?
Yeah. Hi, this is my friend Lily. We're both from Dayton, Ohio.
We were actually at your rally yesterday.
Good.
So-
Was it good?
Yeah,
it was
it was amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. That was a great rally.
But actually, we're both interns for Senator Portman here in Ohio, and we volunteered for your campaign. But we were just wondering, maybe you heard or maybe you didn't. John Husted, just earlier this week, refused to let 17-year-olds who are even going to be 18 by the general election not vote in this primary. And I know that a lot of young voters, a lot of people we talk to support Bernie or Hillary, and he is a Republican. So what do you feel about that?
Well, you know, interestingly, we have a lot of young people. They don't talk about it. You saw yesterday and you see all the time, and yourselves. We have so many young people at these rallies. It's incredible. Look even here. Look at this. Look at all these. Oh, stand up, all you young people. Now look at. No, we have. I would bet you, and you know, I would seriously think we have as many young people at least as Bernie. We have so many young people at our rallies, and it actually surprises me to a large extent. So you're talking about the 17. You're voting for Trump, right? You're okay with me. You are okay with me. You can vote for me anytime. So what's going to be the problem? Go ahead.
No, I was just curious, is that even though he's a Republican, do you still support him with that? Or do you think that...
Do I support?
John Husted with his decision.
Well, I have to look at the decision, darling. Honestly, I have to look at it. You tell me what to do. You're with me. You're working with us. You're a volunteer. What do you want me to do?
If I could vote, I actually missed the deadline by 4 months, I would definitely vote for you.
We love you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead. A young one here. A young one. You are young. How old are you?
I'm a 7th grader.
Wow, that's beautiful. So many young people. So many young people. Go ahead.
I'd like to know what you would do for my education in the next 4 years.
Number one, your country is going to be safe. Because, you know, if you don't have a safe country, and with people that aren't very good at what they do, like the people running our country now, you might very well, and don't underestimate this, you might very well not have a safe country. And it's so important. You know, the number one thing we have to do is security, safety. And I'm not just talking at the border. I'm talking about our military. We have to build it up. We have to replenish it. You know, a friend of mine has a son who he served 3 terms over in Iraq, 3 tours. And he comes home and I see him. And his biggest complaint is that the enemy has better equipment than us, and it's our equipment. So we give the equipment to people that we think are working with us. You know, the old story's been going on for years. And if bullets fired in the air, they drop the equipment and run. Brand new Humvees, brand new everything. And he's saying, we have older equipment, and they have beautiful new stuff. And it really bothers the hell out of him. So we're going to take care of that, folks. We're going to take care of it. We're not going to let this kind of nonsense happen anymore. We're going to work very hard on education. Just so you understand, Common Core is dead. Do you know what Common Core is? And most important thing we can do in terms of education for you and your age, we're getting education out of Washington, D.C., run by the bureaucrats. And we're going to bring the education to the local area. You around this area? We're going to bring the education where your mother and your father and everybody else's parents and uncles and they love you. Do you think your parents love you? Huh? They run it with love, okay? In Washington, and look, not everybody's bad, but you basically have bureaucrats that want to make, they get a lot of money, and they don't know what's going on in Cincinnati, and they don't know what's going on in Ohio. So we're getting rid of Common Core, and it's going to be dead, and we're going to have locally based education, and you're going to see a big difference. Big difference. All right? Very important. Good question. It's actually a great question. Okay, how about over here? What about you? Right there, red.
I'm from Ohio. My name is Misty, and my entire family is from Kentucky. They were all very happy to vote for you in the Kentucky primary.
Thank you.
It is so refreshing to have a presidential candidate that is not bought and paid for, who is self-funding.
That is.
And I 100% believe in you that you will make America great again.
Thank you so much. That's better than a question. I love it. We'll take care, okay? Thank you. Thank your whole family. No, that was such a great thing that happened in Kentucky. Because in theory, people would say, well, how does Trump, a couple of people said, how did Trump win Kentucky? And we didn't even win it. We won it in a major, major landslide. And I love Kentucky. I'll never forget it. Okay, go ahead, darling. Right here. Right here. I love this every once in a while,
Hi, I am Evelyn Stalevich. Mr. Trump, I don't have a question for you. I'm really glad to hear the other questions. But I just wanted to tell you that I am so happy that you are running for the next president of our country.
Where are you from with that beautiful accent?
Yeah, I am from Managua, Nicaragua, Central America.
Telling you.
Yeah.
The Hispanics.
Yeah.
We're going to do so well with the Hispanics.
Yeah.
People know.
And what I wanted to say also, I want to thank you for what you are doing in our country. You are giving our country the opportunity to dream, to hope that there is hope in America, that we have a Christian nation, and that we are a country of laws, and that we are a sovereign nation. And I want to give you thanks. God bless you.
Thank you, darling. That was so nice. Wow. Thank you, darling. That was so nice. Come here. Get over here. That was so nice. Come here. That was so nice. Thank you very much.
I love your blue eyes.
Thank you very much. That's so nice. Thank you. Okay, who has a good question? Who has a good one? Let's go. Let's go. We got to go here. Go ahead, the big, strong guy here.
Right here. I'm coming. Everybody lean me in.
Go ahead. Just got out of football practice.
Hi, I'm Zach. I'm from Kentucky. I have one question. What day in office will you put Hillary in prison?
So, there's a 6-year statute of limitations, I guess. And Hillary's fighting for a lot. If she makes it, nothing's going to happen. If she doesn't make it, certainly you have to look into it, and you have to look into it very strongly, because So many lawyers, whether you watch them on television, whether you read them in the newspapers, whether you see them wherever you see them, I mean, very rarely do you see a lawyer that says that she's innocent of this horrible situation. And you actually have to ask yourself, why'd she do it? What's the big deal? Why would she do it? Why would she do that? Other than it's always the same thing with them. It's sneaking around the corner. It's sneaky, dirty stuff. It's gone on like that for years. It's gone on like that for years. So I will tell you, you know, number one, it's not me, but certainly people are going to look. And you know what? If there's anything wrong, and you have to do it, you have to do that. You have to do that. Because so many people have asked me that same question, and you have no idea. And she's being protected. Look, let's face it. Look, it's not complicated. What she did, certainly to me, is certainly she broke the law. To me, what do I know? To me, she broke the law. And it looks so bad from the standpoint of the rest of the country, and even from the standpoint of all those people that did something much less. So many people did something much less. How do you think they feel? How do you think Petraeus feels? How do you think all these other people feel? And here she is. She's got a clear path to running for president. But you know what? The first thing I have to do with Hillary is beat her. The next thing we'll do is we'll look into that. We'll beat her. We'll beat her. And you know, it's interesting. We haven't even started on her yet. I got to finish off we have to finish off the deck. We have to finish off the deck. And the best thing you could do, honestly, your governor, remember, NAFTA, get rid of this. Look, just don't get rid of him. Let him be governor. One other thing about him. He runs for president. He's lived in New Hampshire forever. He said there he had the record, more than Chris, more than anybody by far. He lived in New Hampshire. He moved out of the state. And he said he was going to win New Hampshire. He did poorly there. He then moved to, south, didn't he? I mean, I think he went to South Carolina. And then he moved to Michigan. Now, he said, I thought, and I must be mistaken, but he said that he's going to win Michigan. And he's going to win it easily. I won it in a landslide. But he said he's going to win Michigan. He's going to win it easily. So he went to South Carolina, stayed there, lost. Lost in New Hampshire. He went to Michigan, and I thought he said, because it's a neighboring state, I thought he said he would win Michigan, and if he didn't win, he'd give up and let him be your governor. But he moved to Michigan, spent all his time in Michigan, and you know, you people have a lot of problems. Your coal industry is dead. Your steel industry is dying. It's dying badly. He's voting for the wrong things, and the TPP in particular. And, you know, he should be home, be governor. But he moved to that. So now he goes to Michigan. And 2 weeks ago, I won Michigan by a lot, by like a landslide, essentially. Yeah, a landslide. And when I won Michigan, I said, oh, good, that's good. Kasich is going to drop out of, he's going to drop out of Ohio, and that's good. But he didn't drop out. So, you know, I think you got to show him, folks. You can't do that. You can't be an absentee governor. You got to run for governor. You got to be governor. And you know what? If you don't want to do that, you take out. And same thing with Marco Rubio. He runs for the Senate. He never shows up to vote. The guy never shows up to vote. And the people of Florida, you don't think they get it? Take a look at his poll numbers. They really get it. Because what he did to the people of Florida is defraud.
You know, here's why I like Trump. You know, I have friends of mine, they're just like, they're mad at me. They're actually oddly mad at me because I support Trump. You know, when it comes to his personality as a narcissistic asshole, I don't care about that. Here's what I see. You know, he's running for president. The GOP hates him. Oh my God, the Democratic Party hates him. The establishment hates him. The corporations hate him. And that gets him my votes. Because, quite honestly, folks, we've been talking about all this corporate control, this socialist control, this all this control stuff. But yet the same goddamn people are just talking shit. I mean, really. Who else do we have? You know, I mean, really, honestly. when you have a bucket of turds and you have to pick up the best or the cleanest turd to go vote for and exercise your right as an American citizen, this seems to be the cleaner of the turds. At least it's dry. And he's giving you a napkin. I've seen a lot of bullshit. I've seen a lot of lies. I've seen a lot of dumb stuff. And yesterday, CNN goes, I think it was CNN. It may have been another network, Trump freaks out, gets all cowardly or stuff. But actually, when that dude jumped up on the stage, he was ready to kick his ass. You could see he went into defensive mode. And Donald and the Donald carries. So anyway, I like Donald Trump. Whatever. I don't care who you like. It's not my job to guide anybody into anything. But I like Donald Trump. And I like Donald Trump not because I like him as a person. I like him because everybody else hates him. I like him because the GOP is willing to spend millions of dollars just to derail his campaign with somebody that could never win, being Mitt Romney. Actually, Mitt Romney done the best thing he could ever have done by getting up there and doing his negative campaign. And considering the fact that Mitt Romney is a Mormon, why in shit's sake is he not talking about all of this stuff going on in Oregon and Bundy Ranch and all that stuff? Aren't all those people? I was under the impression all those people were Mormon. Maybe I'm wrong, but I kind of that's been the impression I'm getting. So why isn't that fucktard actually supporting his own people? Excuse my language. Sorry about that. Sometimes I get a little excited. But anyway, I mean, it just seems like everybody out there, they're all getting divided. We look at Black Lives Matter and White Lives Matter, all lives matter, whatever. Really, I have never seen such a racial divide in this country since the 60s, and it is absolutely stupid. The average person with the other average person does not care about this. The average person to the other average person is not racist. For the most part anyway. I mean, there are jerk-offs out there, but whatever. But, every time we see these racist groups that pop up, they're pretty small. Or they, if they're not small, they're hugely organized and completely funded, as proved many times by George Soros, who, if you guys have not paid any attention, worked with Hitler to murder his own people. So anyway, back to it.
He said, I'm going to run, I'm going to represent you. And about 15 minutes after he got in, he starts running for president. And it's wrong. And by the way, other people running for president, they get to vote a lot more than he does. He never votes. I think he's going to set an all-time record. So let's see what happens. But we got to win in Ohio. If we can win Ohio, we're going to run the table, folks. We're going to run the table. Got to win in Ohio. Go ahead. Give her that mic. You just shout it out. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. That's great, by the way. That's good. A lot of people are in that same. They want to retire. They're afraid that they're not going to have anything to go by. They think their insurance companies are going bust. They think a lot of problems. Look what's happened with the stock market going down. Did you get affected by that, by the stock market going down? In terms of values, you've been affected. A lot of people have been affected. So go ahead. What's your question? We're going to make this country so strong. We're not going to stand for losing $500 billion a year with China, for losing $58 billion with Mexico, for losing hundreds with Japan. We're going to make our country strong again. You know, our military, okay, our military, everyone sees our military budget. They don't realize we take care of Germany. Nobody even probably knows that. We take care of Japan. Do you know that if we're attacked, we have a treaty with Japan. If we're attacked, Japan doesn't have to help us. If Japan gets attacked, we're in the Third World War. We have a new war going on, okay? Now, what kind of deals are these? What kind of deals? But we take care of Japan. We take care of South Korea. I love all these countries. I think it's great. Except we owe $19 trillion. Can't do it. We got to be, reasonable. We can't do it. So we're taking care of South Korea. When the maniac next door acts up, we start up those battleships, we start up those aircraft carriers, let's say, and we start up, our planes are flying. We spend millions and millions of dollars. They don't pay us. They pay us very little. In South Korea, and I love South Korea. I have buildings in South Korea. They're great people. We have a border in South Korea. We have 28,000 soldiers. What they pay us is peanuts. What Japan pays us is peanuts. So we protect the world. Saudi Arabia is the greatest of them all. So we protect Saudi Arabia. Until the oil went down, and now they're making half, which is still a lot. But until the oil went down, Saudi Arabia was making $1 billion a day, right? We protect them. We protect them. And we protect them for peanuts. So all of that stuff is going to change, folks. We're going to end up with a strong country again, a powerful country, and we're going to end up with a respected country again. Because we're not respected. We're not respected. All right, 2 more questions. Come on. 2 more questions. What's your question?
Excuse me. My name's Roger. I'm here since I'm also the CEO of the Motorcycle Rifle Association. And we've endorsed your
We
campaign.
are going to save the Second Amendment,
That's right.
Roger.
I got something for
We're
you.
gonna
That's
give me
what I was
that
asking
card.
about.
Throw it.
Throw it. There you go.
Yeah, give it to me.
There you go. Whoops, sorry
Get me
about
that card, would you please?
Thank you.
Get me the card.
Thank you very much.
Get me that
That's
card.
what we're concerned about.
So you endorsed me?
Yes, sir,
I
we
heard
did.
about
we
that.
Endorsed. You heard about it. Yes,
I heard about it.
we were actually
Thank you.
participating.
I'm glad
That's
I
your-
told him to stand
That's
up.
your membership card. A lifetime membership.
I like it.
Good
like
deal.
it. Good. Thank you.
And we're
So
covering
good.
a lot
What's
of the
your question?
motorcycle rallies right now for you. And that
You
was
know,
all
it's
I
a
wanted to
funny
know.
thing. I don't get it, but I do get it. You know the motorcycle guys love Trump? Do you know that? Every place I go, right? And I'm not too much on the motorcycles, right? But every place I go, there's hundreds of guys with motorcycles, and they say, "We love you, Mr. Trump, we love you." You know what they love? They want to see a strong country. They want to see a strong military. They want to see a strong everything. They want infrastructure. They want our highways fixed. I mean, if I'm driving a motorcycle, I don't want to go over potholes, believe me, okay? Not good. But the motorcycle people love Donald Trump. Go ahead, darling. Go ahead. Jerry's great. I know Jerry. Come on. You know what? Let her come up here. Come on. Okay. How about one more? Who's got a good one? Wait, I have to get a hug. I have to get a hug.
Uh-oh, he found him a young blonde.
Thank you, everybody. All right, who's got a good one? Who's got a good one? Maybe I have to go back here, right? How about, who's got a good one? Who's got a nice one? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, the two of you, right here. Go ahead.
My name is Katrina, and I'm Native American.
Great.
My native name is Woman Who Sees. Do you know that all of the other ethnic groups that we've supposedly done things to have been apologized to, but at no point the Native Americans have been apologized to? After you take the oath, maybe in the first month or so, you could say, I'm sorry as I could be that we did what we did to you.
Well, I'll certainly look into it. You know, I haven't been big on apologizing. You do know that, right? They complain Trump never apologizes. I'll look into it. We're going to do one more. I'm going to look into that. Okay, let's go. One more. Come on. We want a good one. Give me a fun one.
All right. I have to say that exactly was fucked up. Donald, you need a punch in the mouth after that. Sorry, you really do. My wife is a Native American, so I kind of see that as you need a punch in the mouth. He didn't apologize. Of course, he says he doesn't apologize, but he dismissed her offhand. It's a little fucked up.
Give me a fun question, okay? All right, go ahead. It better be good, because I don't want to leave with a bad question. Worst thing you can do, you do well, you do great. Everybody's having a good time. And then we get a bum question. What are you doing? Just stay there. Go ahead. Relax. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Trump. First of all, I want to thank you and your family, for stepping out in faith to take this country forward.
I so far like this question.
Okay. The second thing, and I know what impressed me the most about you, is your strategic ability to get things done. If I was to ask you in a unified manner, because you got people on one side of the aisle, the other side of the aisle, which I disagree about the aisle anyway. I think we ought to be working together. But strategically, what could you do, or what do you see yourself doing in your plans to improve and bring leadership and dedication and integrity back to Washington, D.C.?
All right, well, let me just tell you, and it's sort of the kind of question that's very important, not exactly the most exciting question, but you know what it is? You know what it is? Look, you have an ability to lead. You either can lead or you can't lead. And you can learn something about leadership, but basically you're a leader or you're not a leader. I'll get people together. We're going to make great deals. We're going to make conservative deals. We're going to make wonderful deals. We're going to get along with people. We're going to get along with Democrats. We're going to get along with liberals. We're going to make deals. You know, you can't have Obama, just everything he signs an executive order, and then they'll start getting thrown out by the courts at some point, and maybe not, because if the Supreme Court goes the way, I mean, all of these things will be...
Well, you know, we can climb back. You know, I'm just going to stop this for a minute, and I was kind of thinking over in my head. All right, so I live in America because my immigrant great-grandfather came here from Syria in 1893. My wife is mostly Native American, but mostly Native American. About, I think she's like 2/3 or something like that. I don't know. We've never applied for, she's never applied for funds from casinos. But anyway, so the point is, as we look across this, and this kind of pisses me off, this kind of downtrods my, my like for David, my like for Donald Trump. But anyway, but the whole point is, we really need to get back to clarity. And I mean clarity of truth and clarity of skin and clarity of everything, so we can get to clarity of truth. It's been very intently pushed on us for years. You know, I'm sure everybody, especially people my age, see that this is, you know, we see more racial tension in our country now, the United States, than we have seen since the 60s. And it is, in every event I have saw, created or funded or mainstream media created, mainstream media pushed. You know, realize all these mainstream medias are all running 24-hour stations now. You know, they need news. They need some news. You know, I kind of understand that. You know, I wasn't even going to do a show tonight because there really wasn't any news other than all this Donald Trump stuff. But, you know, that's what they're all out there trying to do a 24-hour news station. And when they run out of news, they sensationalize what they have. Okay, folks? Alright, that show's pretty much over. We'll move on to the next one. Up next, thank you. Oh, never mind. This is just full of bullshit. Never mind. I'm just going to move on.
Hey there, YouTube. That guy named Rye back again. And today my video is entitled Black Lives Matter is a Terrorist Group. So I'm on Twitter today and I'm watching a couple videos that were posted from the people that I follow on the Jamar Clark protests in Minnesota. And I'm watching this one particular video where a group of Black Lives Matter protesters are throwing stones at police that are I'd say about 50 feet away, and they're laughing, and it's all a big game to them, and you know, they're having a blast throwing rocks at police that are just doing nothing other than trying to secure the peace. And I'm just thinking, you know, when are we finally going to define Black Lives Matter as what it is, a domestic terrorist group? Now, first and foremost, let's define terrorism. Terrorism is the use of violence and intimidation in the pursuit of a political gain. Now, it can be argued that they don't have a political gain because half the time it doesn't even seem like they know what they want, you know, because they're just a bunch of fucking idiots that are looking to cause, you know, havoc and looking to steal and all that. I mean, look at Ferguson. There's really nothing else that needs to be said. You know, that in Ferguson with the Michael Brown protest really sums up what this group is, and they are nothing but terrorists. They terrorize. So they also have 2 cop killers on their hands, in Shannon Miles, who was the Black Lives Matter supporter that killed the cop in Texas, and Joseph Johnson Shanks, who killed the police officer in Kentucky. So they have 2 cop killers on their hands. I got into Ferguson a minute ago about the riots and the looting. They even went so far as dressing up a pig as a police officer and chanting "pigs in a blanket, fry 'em like bacon," as they marched, you know, through the streets of Ferguson, Missouri. So, you know, that is terrorism. Terrorism is meant to push a political gain, and that is what these people are doing. They're pushing a political gain, and they are terrorizing the communities that they are in. They've even gone so far as intimidating a presidential candidate. I mean, I'm not the biggest Bernie Sanders fan, but Bernie Sanders did nothing to deserve being intimidated off of, the microphone, at an event that was his event. I mean, give me a break. Have you seen more entitled fucking people in your entire life? It's sickening. And Bernie Sanders is a guy that has a long history that continues to this day of fighting for minority rights, fighting for what he believes in, which, that is right, egalitarianism. And even him, they're like, fuck you. Fuck you because you're white. That's what it gets down to. And when you try to say anything negative about Black Lives Matter, and you're white, you're racist. Coming from some of the most racist fucking people walking this earth. Black Lives Matter people, even the white ones, and the bleeding heart indoctrinated, college liberals that are taking part in Black Lives Matter protests and forums online are arguably more racist than, the Black Lives Matter, the black people that are in Black Lives Matter. They're just completely self-hating and ready to jump on anyone that doesn't agree with the rhetoric that they're spewing about Black Lives Matter. And I just don't see how you can't label a group such as them that kill cops, intimidate the public, intimidate presidential candidates, hate police officers. I mean, like the video I was talking about earlier, they're throwing rocks at these cops and just laughing. The cops are the enemies to them. One of the things about Black Lives Matter, one of their, so-called goals of this group is to get equality and to assure that black people are treated the same as white people by the police. Well, why are you throwing rocks at them then? Like, if your goal is to have cops look at you the same way as they look at a white person, why are you throwing rocks at them? I know I'm not going to look at you the same way if you're throwing rocks at me. Why should I treat you the same as I treat someone that treats me with respect? You're not going to gain my respect by pelting me with rocks. And the whole movement is just a fucking sham. It's just a blanket for racists and for Marxists to operate under and to further their political agenda of fuck white people in every single possible way. Unless you're, the leftist Uncle Tom white liberal, they're okay with Black Lives Matter. But if you're someone that's like, hey, I may be white, but you should treat me with respect. They don't want anything to do with you, and they want you to shut the fuck up by calling you a racist and their various scare tactics that they use to shut up discussion. And more people need to start speaking up about Black Lives Matter, because it's going to continue to grow and to grow. And before you know it, you're watching the news, you're looking, you're watching stuff in Ferguson, and you think, oh, well, that sucks, but at least it's not happening here. Well, it could be coming to a neighborhood near you soon. Just let a cop do their job and happen to kill someone that's black, and then all of a sudden you have Black Lives Matter people everywhere. I think it gets forgotten a lot of times that, Darren Wilson was acting in self-defense. That's really what started this whole Black Lives Matter movement, was a cop doing his fucking job. I don't care who you are. If someone is coming at you looking to hurt you, and you have something at your disposal to stop them, whether it's a knife, whether it's a gun, you're going to use that. It's self-preservation. And just because you're a cop doesn't take that right to self-preservation away from you. I hear a lot of, oh, well, he should have tased him and he should have done this and that. Fuck that. You're looking to harm me. You're looking to kill me. I am going to put as many rounds as I need to put in you to stop you. And that's what Darren Wilson did with Michael Brown. And that, of course, was the catalyst to the whole Black Lives Matter movement. So don't be afraid to stick up for cops in this country. I know a lot of people look at them as the enemy, and I'm not saying love all cops. There's shitty cops out there. But at the end of the day, these are people just like you and I, and they're doing a job. And they should be allowed to do that job without any fear of...
All right, I'm not in total agreement with this video, but as I have always said and as I have always done, excuse the cat fight in the background that you're probably hearing. Hey! Cut it out! Excuse me. Anyway, there was a cat fight in the background. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, I don't agree with everything this guy has to say, but there has been a whole lot of bullshit going down over some stuff. And we've all looked at all of these videos over and over and over again, and we understand, the inner city cops are they're thugs. They really do. Every event I've ever seen, it just seems like they shoot first, ask questions later. They make a mistake. They don't care. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody gets in trouble. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. I think this guy has probably made some misjudgments because he is, kind of one-sided in his argument. But the argument needs to be made, in my opinion, because I'm not here to do one side. I'm not here to do a single-sided argument. I'm not here to present. Oh well, I'm not. So anyway, you get that point. Not here to present a single-sided argument. I see something somebody has to say, I will put it up, and I'll keep it balanced the best I can. But I will also interject as I am now. And it's not all cops. It's not all law enforcement. It's just some of them. I come from a long line, a family that has had law enforcement in it. My great uncle was the county sheriff in a county for I think 31 or 32 years, I'm not sure. And in that entire time on his watch, not one person ever died or was ever killed or was ever shot by his force, his deputies, ever. When he retired, they got a new sheriff, and in the first year, they killed 4 people. And he fired everybody. That new sheriff fired everybody under my uncle. I went back and looked at this just to find out. And this isn't just one little town called, Newcastle, Indiana. Things are going to get stranger and stranger, curiouser and curiouser in your county, your town, whatever. You know, unless people wake up, and the word is always wake up. Well, blow me. Wake up doesn't work. Get out of bed. Get out of bed and do something. Moving on to the next.
And out front, CNN political commentator Mark Lamont Hill and Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark. Thanks for coming on. Sheriff Clark, this is horrific what happened, obviously. But do you think it is fair to link this murder to the Black Lives Matter movement when we still don't know the suspect's motive?
I think it's very fair in light of the anti-cop rhetoric that is sweeping the United States of America, fueled by this group, some of the vulgar, vile, vicious rhetoric that's coming out, talking about killing cops, and that's just some of the nice stuff, some of the stuff I can't even say here on TV. But there is no doubt in my mind that the two New York officers, Ramos and Lou, who were gunned down by an individual who made Facebook postings about wanting to kill pigs, and he was going to go out and hunt officers down. There have been officers across the United States who've had their cruisers shot at and struck while they patrolled. St. Louis, the same thing. Yes, this is part of a pattern now, and you'd have to stick your head in the sand to think that this thing here wasn't fueled by this vile, vulgar, slimy movement.
Mark?
I disagree with your characterization of BLM, but I'd be curious to ask you, do you think that every cop who's been killed this year is connected somehow, the death is connected to BLM?
No, but there's an increase in assaults on police officers, the killings of police officers that may not be directly related to this movement, but you know what, there's no fear anymore about assaulting or attacking, fighting, disarming, or generally, like I said, assaulting law enforcement officers. And you know what, if the shoe fits, wear it. Just like the Dylan Roof, right, who went into a church and slaughtered 9 churchgoers and every white person in America by this Black Lies movement, L-I-E-S, was indicted because of that. And other people came out and talked about slavery, discrimination, alive and well in the United States. Well, that's why I said if the shoe fits here, wear it.
Right. I'm glad that you're saying if the shoe fits, because as a police officer, I would hope you would want to emphasize things like probable cause, due suspicion, investigation. The police officials...
Darren Wilson didn't get that, Mark.
Let me finish.
You know that. The officers in the Freddie Gray case did not get that assumption of innocence. So for you to stand up and throw that out now, it's
Sheriff, I haven't said... All right, I'll let you finish.
It's hypocritical.
All right.
It's hypocritical. The police officers in the Freddie Gray case didn't get that presumption of innocence.
All right, I've let you speak the entire
Darren
segment.
Wilson didn't get that presumption of innocence.
Please let me respond. By law, we're entitled to a presumption of innocence. Even if you think that those people didn't get what they deserved, as a police officer, I hope you wouldn't say, well, 2 wrongs make a right. If anything, we should be emphasizing due process and investigation here. And in this case, the people handling the case in Texas themselves have said very clearly, we don't know the motive. So you're essentially saying that your colleagues in law enforcement who say we don't know the motive are wrong and that you do know the motive. The second piece I want to say is that your characterization of Black Lives Matter is absolutely incorrect. The argument of Black Lives Matter is not to say that police officers should be killed, that police officers should be demonized, that police officers should be marginalized. The argument of Black Lives Matter is that police officers should be held to standards of accountability just like everybody else, and the increased number of black bodies, or the sustained number of black bodies which die at the hands of state violence needs to end. It means that while we regard all lives, we cannot exclude black lives.
What about the black victims that die at the hands of other black people? That doesn't seem to matter. And they're dying by the thousands, not by the few rare instances of the police use of force.
But let me ask you this, Sheriff Clark. I mean, just looking at the numbers here, if we're going to bring that up, there were 24 unarmed African Americans killed by police this year. That's according to the Washington Post. So when you take that into account, Sheriff Clark, do you think that African Americans, people part of this protest, have a right to have their voices heard and to protest?
It's not a matter of whether they have a right. It's a matter of whether it's legitimate. There are 104 homicides in the city of Milwaukee right now. I think there were 79 last year. Baltimore, 214. They've already matched all of 2014. So when you want to take that 24, I'm not saying that that none of that is legitimate in terms of taking a look at them, but how many of them were ruled justifiable? How many of the uses of force were determined to be reasonable and justifiable? And then let's compare that 24 to the number of stops made by police officers during that time period, and you'll find that that is a very, very fractional percentage of deaths that occur at the hands of police officers. That's what the data shows anyway.
I've been pretty active, both following, covering, and as a protester being engaged in these struggles, and I've never seen anyone in the Black Lives Matter movement or any other principled movement against police violence say that most police stops result in unlawful executions or unlawful shootings or even unlawful violence. The argument is that it happens too often, and when it does, we don't have sufficient mechanisms of accountability. Let me finish.
What's too often?
Let me finish. Well, anytime someone gets killed unlawfully or a police officer acts as judge, jury, and executioner, it's too many. I would hope you would agree that even one would be too many. But we've seen dozens of them.
Well, that's a mischaracterization right there, that every time a law enforcement officer has to use force, they're acting as judge, jury, and executioner.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Let's apply the facts of the case to the rule of law. And if the rule of law
but Sheriff, I didn't say that.
gives the benefit of the doubt to the officer.
You're just making arguments here, and I didn't say that. What I said is, under the circumstances when that is the case, one is too many. I didn't say that every time it happens, that's the case. I'm saying under the circumstances.
Emotion and anecdote are not facts, Mark.
They're not anecdotes. They're strong evidence here. The problem is police officers are the overseers, and so you all decide what cases are legitimate and which ones aren't. That in and of itself is a problem, and that's what we're trying to deal with.
And by the way, though, just to give the other side of the stats, Sheriff Goforth is the 25th officer, person in uniform killed just this year. 24 unarmed black men. He is the 25th officer to be killed. Way too many on both sides.
No,
I think
it's not the same thing,
we can all agree.
If being black and outside presents the same danger as being a police officer who signs up for a dangerous job, that's pretty scary. Can you imagine if just being black
justification for them to lose their lives, like
nobody
Officer
should die.
Goforth?
Nobody, no, that's
defenseless.
I think we
shot
all
in the back of
agree
the head and had
nobody
a
should
gun
die.
unloaded
Die. You're
into
just
him.
playing to the cheap
We
seats.
signed
Nobody
up
should
for
die.
that.
Lamont Hill, David
I didn't
Clark,
sign up for
thank you
that,
for
and I
this
don't send men and women out every
discussion.
day to serve their communities to end up with that as the result.
I hope not.
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate it.
Sir, the court believes you represent a danger to the community. This appears not to be an isolated incident. The court notes the strength of the case against you. The court also notes that a police officer had a shot taken from him, most likely from the vehicle you were in, where there were two guns found, where shortly thereafter you bailed out of that car. And
Your Honor,
don't interrupt me, sir. Sir, don't interrupt
Dale, wait
the
up.
court.
Hold
Thank
on,
you.
Dale. Hold on, Dale.
And they found you with a gun holster on, hiding in the water under someone's dock. Yes, the court does believe you represent a danger not only to the people of the community who own homes, who own vehicles, but the court also notes that a police officer had a shot taken at him. So, anything you want to add, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, my reading of the probable cause affidavit never places Mr. Clark inside the car.
Okay. Running from the area where the car was. And the co-defendant Wesley admits that Clark was there with everyone else to burglarize the vehicles in the area.
Okay, so the guns are found in the car. Mr. Clark is never connected with the car. Again, how are we connecting him with the shot being fired?
Sir, I'm going to say
shots are being fired, and he's running from the scene because shots are being fired.
Right. And he's got
in
a
light
holster.
of what's
And he's got a
happening
holster on. Got it.
Your Honor,
Sir,
in light of what's happening in this country, with unarmed black men being killed by police,
don't hand me that. Don't
him
hand me
running
that.
from shots being
Don't
fired
even go
is a
down that
very
road.
reasonable
I'm not going to let you go down that road. That is so off base. We've got a young man. I don't care what color he is. He's in a neighborhood he doesn't live in at 1:41 in the morning, hiding on under somebody's dock in the water with a holster on after a police officer had a shot taken at him. Don't hand me this. He's a black man running from police brutality. Look, that is not appropriate in this case. That's not there. I'm not going to let you poison this case with bringing in something that has nothing to do with it. Your bond's $100,000 on count 3 and $100,000 on count 4. Thank you. Now, Donnie Heath, I got to take a break. I'll be right back.
All right, I got one more bit and then I'm out of here.
guest is a leader in the Black Lives Matter movement. Please welcome DeRay McKesson.
DeRay McKesson is a fraud, huckster, and a charlatan. After the WDBJ shooter was labeled a disgruntled employee, DeRay had the gall to comment that it was the whiteness of the shooter that made him a disgruntled employee and not a terrorist. This was until he realized that the WDBJ shooter was actually black. But it speaks to the victim complex that drives him and the entire Black Lives Matter movement.
You helped organize the protest in Ferguson and Baltimore.
Just listen to the exaltation DeRay is getting for helping plan the so-called peaceful protests of Ferguson and Baltimore. If you ever want to know how insulated these progressive talking heads are from reality, all you have to do is look at these protests, which are probably the most poignant examples of how fucking stupid Black Lives Matter is.
You were named to Fortune magazine's 2015 Greatest World Leaders list, and you're one of 10 people Beyonce follows on Twitter.
To those in Ferguson, there are ways of channeling your concerns constructively, and there are ways of channeling your concerns destructively.
And just consider for a moment how much praise and adulation these hucksters, charlatans, race-baiting morons, and unemployable jackasses are getting.
Michael Brown's parents understand what it means to be constructive. What it means to be constructive.
What it means to be constructive. Fucking wow. The Baltimore riots happened after the arrest, mistreatment, and death of Freddie Gray by 6 Baltimore police officers. The community at large decried this as an action that proved that America is still racist.
This is a lack of values, and people who are destroying private property, destroying cop cars, in an uprising against what exactly? Against the black police chief, against a mostly minority police force, against the black mayor, against the black president, against the black attorney general, against against a city council that is 9 of 15 are black and all 15 are elected Democrats. What is the uprising against? What is it seeking to achieve?
3 out of 6 of the police officers who arrested Freddie were black. The police commissioner is black. The mayor is black. The city's attorney is black. Most of the city council is black. The attorney generals who presided over this event were both black, and the president is black. Where the fuck could there be any racism in this chain of command?
What do you think those people are doing? Surviving or looting?
They're surviving.
Okay. Do you remember a man named Rodney King?
Yes, of course.
Okay, the LAPD worked him over really good.
Yes.
Okay. This was taken during the Rodney King riots. What do you think these people are doing? Looting or surviving?
Well, they're looting.
Of course. Well, it's the media, see? When it's white people, it's survival, and when it's black people, it's looting.
No, Frank, it's because the white people are stealing bread, and the black people are stealing speakers. If the white people were stealing stereo equipment, I would say they were looting too.
The message of Black Lives Matter has consistently been to take a tragedy and torture it into some kind of racial issue, whether it is or isn't. And the effect has always been to take responsibility away from the people who should be affected by it. If anyone is responsible for the riots in Baltimore, it's someone here. And not some shady, unmeasurable, institutionalized ghost of racism.
How do you know the blacks don't have bread in those speakers?
What are you talking about?
No, okay,
what are we talking about
listen,
right now? There are big
listen.
things to do.
Okay, calm down. Well,
Why do you think people get so mad about the idea of Black Lives Matter? Because it's an idea as much as a movement.
Yeah, I think that people are uncomfortable talking about the racist history of this country and what we need to do to undo the impact of racism. And people would just like to act like we don't have a legacy of racism here. So I think people get really uncomfortable with it. But we know that we can't change it unless we address it, right?
It's very important to notice that among these buzzwords, DeRay doesn't list any specific things that you can actually do to end this so-called legacy of racism.
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
Except, of course, by addressing it. And isn't it funny that addressing racism usually translates to give money and attention to Black Lives Matter?
We know that, the police have killed 26 people just in 2016.
Citation needed.
According to the Washington Post, of the 1,151 police killings in 2015, 90% of them were direct responses that the officer in question was making to a direct threat with a gun or other weapon, and only 10% were undetermined.
Citation fucking needed.
According to the Washington Times, research has shown that cops are much more willing to shoot white people than black people, and that the killing of blacks is proportional to the amount of violent crime in the black community. In St. Louis, 90% of the police shootings involve black suspects, but at the same time, 90% of those killed in St. Louis are black, and 90% of blacks are shot by other blacks. This probably answers the question of why only 54 officers have been charged in fatal shootings since 2005. The vast majority of them are justified.
Citation needed. Citation fucking needed.
Even if you are being extremely biased and propose that all 10% of the undetermined police shootings in 2015 were unjustified, that only makes 115. According to the National Weather Service, there were 104 wind-related deaths in 2012. This brings up that age-old question. Why are people more afraid of sharks than they are of vending machines, despite the fact that vending machines are almost just as likely to kill you as a shark? It's really simple.
Well, it's the media.
No, because there's something like the blue code of silence. So when they become police officers, there is something about that culture itself that is just dangerous in communities of color and communities across the country. So we see a Tamir Rice and Sandra Bland and Mike Brown.
Tamir Rice was killed because he was pointing what looked like a real gun at people. A tragedy that has nothing to do with racism. Sandra Bland committed suicide. A tragedy that has nothing to do with racism. And Michael Brown, fucking Michael Brown, the thug and hooligan who committed a strong-arm robbery on the day he was shot. That's your fucking hero, you arrogant, self-righteous prick.
Because Michael was a big guy, but he was a kind, gentle soul. And before he left this earth, the day that he was killed, he was out spreading the word of Jesus Christ.
Spreading the word of Jesus Christ. That actually fucking happened. They actually said that. This is how desperate they are to paint this narrative. This is how much they want this narrative. The source of Black Lives Matter is, like most things from the progressive left, white guilt.
I'd love to know what you plan to do now that you understand your whiteness a little better to dismantle it.
What am I going to do to dismantle white privilege?
Now that you understand it, what are you going to do with
I don't know if I do understand it. I can acknowledge it, but I'm not sure if I understand what I can do to dismantle white privilege.
Let's practice.
Let's dialogue?
Yeah, let's think about it.
Okay.
You have a lot of money, you have a show.
You can't have my money.
Stephen Colbert isn't going to give up any of his money, his fame, or his power. He's just going to prostrate himself in front of these jackasses and beg for their forgiveness so he can feed his sense of unearned moral superiority by declaring his own self-hatred, his hatred of America and his hatred of other white people. Stephen is the only good white person. This is, of course, lip service, because again, he's not going to actually do anything to help. He's not going to donate his money or his show or his power. He's going to use his money and his show to tell you to give up your money and declare that you are an evil racist. Unless, of course, you too prostrate yourself in front of these jackasses. Because he feels guilty of his own success. Atlas shrugged.
Fake. the progressive media is responsible for that. And this is they operate in this sort of Kafkaesque cycle of creating the problem and then complaining about that same problem that they have created, and using that as evidence that the conservatives are evil. That is how progressives work. It's how they work on race issues. The race hucksterism of Al Sharpton and Black Lives Matter operates exactly the same. They drive the races apart, and then they look for the tiniest infraction from somebody dares to drop the N-word, and suddenly this is evidence that that America still has whatever. This is what progressives do. They stoke up the problem and then they use that problem as evidence that they are still needed. It's Kafkaesque, and I wish more people realized what was going on behind the scenes and didn't believe journalists, because the vast majority of journalists simply lie to you.
If you like the artwork in this video, please check out the rest of Samajzi's art. There's a link to his Twitter, DeviantArt, and Tumblr below.
Hi, I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks for watching us tonight. The Democratic Party moving far left. That is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. In the early 1860s, twin 16-year-old boys were put on a boat by their parents in Ireland and sent to America. The boys arrived in Brooklyn, New York, without adult supervision, as their family back in Ireland couldn't support them. They made their way by doing hard labor and building new lives. Those boys were the first of my ancestors on my father's side to come to this country. Over the years, their families became Democrats. The reason? Economics. Working men and women in the Northeast had to struggle to gain decent wages, and Democrats were sympathetic to that struggle. Back then, many Democrats were traditional people, people of faith and family, and their party reflected that through the decades. John F. Kennedy was a traditional guy. So was Harry Truman and Lyndon Johnson. But today, the Democratic Party...
All right, I'm out of here. The chat room has been interesting tonight. Anyway, however one person wants to orient their delusion to another person wanting to orient their delusion, well, I don't care. I'm not racist. I don't care about race. None of it makes any freaking sense anyway. And I've never seen such a racial tension issue in this country since the 60s. So, screw that racial tension. All that racial tension is being created and instigated, and until the people, white, black, Mexican, I don't even care who you are, until it all gets understood or gotten to its point, it really doesn't matter anyway. It's just a whole bunch of people, arguing about the existence of a dime, and while all these people are coming to get you. The big thing here is when everybody really, quite honestly, realizes that we're all at the end of the same cannon, the same gun, the same cop, the same whatever it is, that's when the change is going to happen. And that is exactly why the entire political structure at this point is trying to create all of these divides. Excuse me, I just punched my mic. Anyway, that is why all these divides will occur. I don't know how to get all these people together to realize that, but we can only hope. And all the people that are listening to us right now, maybe you can help us out by not creating divides, but creating concessions. Good night.